you have any opening words you want to say? Good morning, Rowan Salisbury Schools. I'm Rebecca Ungerer, Media Coordinator at Kuntz Elementary School in Salisbury, and I'm here today at the South Rowan High School Auditorium where Chris Grabenstein, author of Mr. Lemoncello's Library, Escape from Mr. Lemoncello's Library, is going to be speaking with students from Rowan Salisbury Schools. I'm going to turn the camera and you can see him now. We're a little early. The rest of the classes have not yet shown up, but here's a preview of what we're doing.
I need a card with a word on it. There's a word on it. And the card with a word on it right here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Who did my word? Word.
I'm so pretty for the camera. Hi, ladies. We miss you already. Oh, we're live? Oh, like this is so cool. I wish you were here. I don't care
Right.
He waved.
Record time.
I don't think so. I've got this. This is working good.
Right back. I have to go sign some books.
Well, you heard it from the man himself. He's going to go sign some books, but we're just going to keep streaming live until all of these sessions are over. So I guess be prepared to enjoy. And again, our first session with Mr. Grabenstein will start at 9:30, which is in about 18 minutes. Thank you. All right, Kelly. Podium. Bring the podium over. I don't want to make our people dizzy. So maybe we could talk to the kids and ask them why they're excited to be here. And then I'm going to give it, who's that guy? You're streaming live. Do you have anything you'd like to say to Rowan Salisbury teachers and students about being here?
Oh, well, all my children are really excited about the opportunity to be in here, and they all really enjoyed the book. So they're very excited about meeting the author.
Would you mind talking to some of your students while I move that podium over with this?
Sure. What do you want me to ask?
Just say, hey, what's your favorite part about the book? Or
Okay.
what do they like about the book?
CJ, you're talking this, okay? Tell me something you liked about the book.
Well, I like the details, and I really like how I really didn't read all of the book, but I liked the details so far.
All right, good. Karis, can you tell me something you liked about the book?
Okay.
Tell me what was your favorite part of the book? Just any part you liked.
I like the puzzles, and I like trying to figure them out.
Okay. Anybody else? What's your favorite part of the book?
I loved all the creativeness in the book and the heart and working together. The teamwork was just amazing in the book, and I loved how wacky it was. So
Good. Excellent. Maddie?
I love the idea of the different clues and the different characters like Haley Daly and Kyle and the competitiveness and all that kind of stuff.
Good. Hey, wouldn't you like to take this to your kids and ask them something they like about the book? Just make sure that their face is on there because it's live.
Hello. I want you to talk in here. Tell us your favorite part of Mr. Lemoncello.
I like it when he writes it, you know, like when he first writes it and it's late. Oh, we're in.
Yeah, it's live.
Wait,
Oh, wow,
what?
seriously?
Okay, wait.
The whole school district, yeah.
I like the part when he finds out that Charles told Andrew to steal Sierra's library card and he gets disqualified. My favorite one is also
when he got
I had two
disqualified.
favorite parts when Charles
Hold
gets
on.
in trouble.
Hello. So
Hi.
tell us what you thought about Andrew getting kicked out.
I thought it was funny.
Did you? Why?
Because he's so hard. And he did it.
Do you think he deserved it?
Sure.
Okay. Yes, Annabelle.
Okay. My favorite part was when Kyle realizes Akimi wrote about him, and that just it really touches me. Annabelle Ratchet. That means.
All right, so you've heard it from the fans themselves. I know it's a bit loud. I'm hoping that you can hear our sound all right. There are more schools arriving. And I'm going to go and put this laptop in a position that I hope will be the best viewpoint for the discussion.
I'm going to stand over here, okay?
You go first.
Say, hey, we're from Mount Awe.
Okay, where's Mike?
Loud.
Right here? Hello, everybody. We're from Mount O. Hey. Hello.
If there's anything you can ask him, what would you ask him?
I would ask, what would you have been if you weren't a writer? How was your school?
Okay, so you want to ask him what he would have done if he was not a writer? All right, let's see if you get a chance to ask him that question yourselves. Just go ahead and make way back to your seats.
Bye.
All right, it looks like all of our students have arrived.
Good morning and welcome.
And that's Miss Feimster.
You guys excited today?
And here we go.
All right, I would like to welcome New York Times best-selling author Grabenstein. Give him a hand and we'll turn it over to him.
Thank you guys very much. Is anyone here in the 5th grade? All right. Behind me on that screen right now is my class picture when I was your age. I was actually once in the 5th grade, believe it or not. Has anyone figured out which one of those guys up there I was when I was in the 5th grade? Yes. Beside the teacher, the blonde, no, the guy with the striped shirt who looks like a sailor man? The one in front of him? Her? Well, his hair is blonde. What color is my hair? What color did my hair used to be? Black, exactly. So look for someone with black hair up there. Yes, yes. The one in the blue shirt over here by the teacher's got a receding hairline. Looks like he's going bald. I didn't start going bald till like 10 years ago. That poor kid was going bald in the 5th grade. By 6th grade, we were calling him Croco. That wasn't me. I'll give you a little hint because I write history, so I like to give out clues. When I was in the 5th grade, my eyesight was much better. Glasses. No glasses back there. The one in the red shirt, that one right there, well done. Yes, wasn't I a little angel in the 5th grade? That was me when I was in the 5th grade. Can you tell my mother used to cut her hair? So that was me. You know, I put that up there to show you that I was actually your age at one point, but also because in the 5th grade is when I first started writing. I wrote these little comic books and I would pass them around in the classroom, and my teacher suggested maybe I wait till recess to do that, but she encouraged me. And then in 6th grade, I did more writing. I used to write skits when we had talent shows in our schools. And then when I got to 7th grade, I had a teacher who wrote in the margins of my paper, "You will make your living as a writer someday." And from that point on, I sort of did everything I could to study writing and learn about it. And now I'm writing all sorts of books. The first books I wrote for people your age, very appropriate this time of year, were called the Haunted Mystery Series. And it was a series of ghost stories starring a boy named Zach Jennings. The first book was called The Crossroads, and the second book took place in a haunted theater. It's called The Hanging Hill. In the third book, he goes to school, and of course, there is a zombie in the basement, and that's called The Smoky Corridor. And the fourth book actually takes place around Halloween, and it's called The Black Heart Crypt. And then out of that second book, some friends of mine, I grew up over the mountains in Tennessee, so some friends of mine in Knoxville, Tennessee, asked me to write a play for them. So I wrote Curiosity Cat for them, and now it's being done all over the country. And then I wrote a series called Riley Mack and the Other Known Troublemakers, which is like an Ocean's 11, starring 11-year-olds. And then I wrote a book with a guy named James Patterson. Anyone ever heard of him, James Patterson? Yeah, he was my first boss many years ago. I used to write TV commercials with him. And he asked me to write a book with him called I Funny. Have any of you read I Funny? Thank you. It was my first book with my name on it to become a #1 New York Times bestseller. And then we did I Even Funnier. That came out last year. Then we started, and I wrote this book called Escape from Mr. Lemoncello's Library. Oh, thank you. My mother can hear that applause all the way down in Florida. And it's been a lot of fun because Escape from Mr. Lemoncello's Library is the first book with just my name on it to become a New York Times bestseller. And this weekend, it'll be in the top 10 of the bestsellers for 20 weeks. And Nickelodeon might turn it into a movie. Oh, yeah. And then James Patterson and I wrote a book called Treasure Hunters. Anyone read the Treasure Hunters books yet? Those are pretty exciting. And we did a second book called there's another Treasure Hunters down the Nile. And then we have a new book coming out, I think it's the Tuesday or Monday before Thanksgiving, called House of Robots. And the star of that book is a 5th grader, so you guys might find it appropriate. And James Patterson told me that's going to be half price everywhere the Friday after Thanksgiving. So wait till the Friday after Thanksgiving. And then in January, we have another one of the I Funny books coming out called I Totally Funny. And that'll be out in January. And then before I wrote all those books, I wrote for the Muppets. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I got to meet Jim Henson and his wife Jane Henson. And yeah, we like the Muppets. They're coming back. The Muppets are coming back. And then I wrote a long time ago, back in 1986, a Christmas movie called The Christmas Gift, starring John Denver. It's on CBS television, and it's still on every year. I know this because my mother calls up and tells me, she says, Chris, it's going to be on at 3 o'clock in the morning at the Hallmark Channel. And I still get paid every time they play that movie. Guess how much money I made last year from that movie? How much is it? 1,000, a little less than 1,000. A little more than $1, buddy boy. Yes. 700, a little less. A little less. Yes. 400, a little less than 400. Yes. 350, a little less, a lot less. Yes. Well, 250, a lot less than that. No, less than 200. Yes. $50. No, it's a little less than $50. Yes, yes. $25. You're like Mr. $1 over there. You would insult me and say I made $1 or $25 when you know I made $34.88. And then I split it with my partner and we both got $17 and bought double frappuccinos. It was an exciting game. Because when they play your movie over and over and over and over, they pay you less and less and less. But it's still kind of fun to see that still out there. And then after I did that, I wrote television commercials for almost 20 years. I wrote for Dr. Pepper and 7-Up and Kentucky Fried Chicken and Burger King. So, you know, I was doing the math the other day, and I realized that this December, I will have made my living as a writer for 30 years. I've been playing this writer game for 30 years. So I thought today I'd share with you guys some of the rules of the game, because this game is as much fun as any Lemoncello game. But I'll tell you a little bit about how I write stories, and then together, how about we write a story this morning? Would that be fun? All right, we're gonna make up a story. If we make up a story, the first thing we need, of course, are words, because everything that a writer does starts with words. Now the kids that got here first, I asked you guys to write down words. Who wrote down words for me? All right, they're in my back pocket. I have not looked at them. Scouts honored, Boy Scouts honored. So I've got some words just in case I need them. And the next thing I need, if I want to tell a story, of course, is an idea. And I go to like 30 or 40 schools a year, and I do like 200 Skype visits. And the number one question I get asked is, where do you come up with your ideas? And usually I see something in my ordinary life that's a little bit out of whack, a little bit out of the ordinary, because nobody wants to read stories about the same old, it was an average day and boring things happen. Things have to be a little bit out of whack for your starting point. And usually I see something in my everyday life that inspires a what if. For instance, this book, The Crossroads, is all about this haunted tree and the ghost in it. I got that idea because most mornings I go out running. And I live in New York City, but we went on a little vacation up in the Berkshire Mountains in western Massachusetts. And I went out running. It was like 6 o'clock in the morning. A mist was upon the land. I went down this lonely country road, and I came to a tree that had a rusty bucket nailed to it, and the bucket was filled with plastic flowers that had been in the sun so long, all the color had bleached out of their petals. Have you ever seen a memorial like that by the side of the road? Anyone know why they're usually there? Why are they usually there? What are you going to say? Somebody crashed into a tree and died right there. So I'm running down the road, and I realize I'm going past a tree where somebody died. And I said to myself, what if the person who died right here doesn't like the fact that I'm running past the spot where he or she died? What if this person who died comes out of the tree and chases me down the road and says, die, sucker, die. So I ran faster than I have ever run before. I think I put in a 6-minute mile. And I got back to the hotel and I wrote down, what if there was a tree that was haunted by the ghost of the person who crashed into it and died? And then that tree was on a farm. And then they bulldozed down the farm. And then they put up a new housing development. And then, oh boy, the really big imagination moved into one of those houses. And then that tree was in his backyard. And then all sorts of creepy stuff started happening around that tree. And then the tree started tapping at his window. And then lightning hit the tree. And then the tree split open. And then the spirit got out. You get the idea? You say, what if? And then you say, and then, and then, and then, and you say, and then like 200, 300 times, you will have a 300-page book in no time. It's a lot like when I was in kindergarten. I would come home, and my parents would say, did anything happen in school today? And I say, well, Joey and Johnny, and then Johnny started crying, and then the teacher called the principal, and then the principal came into the room, and then Susie took a booger out of her nose, and then she threw it across the room, and then it hit the principal in the eye, and he started crying. So just go back to your kindergarten self and say, and then, and then, and then, and it's like, and then you know what, and then you know what, and that's how you start a story. Actually, stories are a lot like you get one idea, and that idea is like a rock. And you go to a pond where the water's really still, and you drop that one rock into the water, and the ripples will just start going out from there. And that's all you need to start a story, that one idea, boom, and then all the ripples will come out. Now, for instance, the Escape from Mr. Lemoncello's library, I got when I was doing one of my school visits up in New York City. This is PS10 in Brooklyn, New York. This is what all the schools look like in Brooklyn, New York. They're all made out of this kind of orange, red brick. They were probably built in 1930 something by the WPA, so they all look the same. So far, it's like it's same old, nothing interesting's going on. But then they said, come on upstairs and meet the kids. And they had this brand new library. It had solid oak bookcases that were filled with books. There was murals of all the kids' faces on the walls, little quotes around there, great lighting. And I said, wow, how did you guys get this great library? And the librarian there, Mr. Green, said, oh, a very generous benefactor donated it to us. So that day on the subway ride home, I wrote down on my little note card, what if a very generous and somewhat loony bazillionaire donated a library to the town where he grew up? Then I started saying, and then. And I worked on the book for 2 years. I worked on this book longer than any other one. And I rewrote it, I think, 8 different times. And then when the book finally came out, we had the big launch party and celebration in that same school library, and I donated a bunch of books, and the Random House did, and we raised more money to keep that library going. So that's it. You got a question? There were good questions at the end, but your hand's going to start falling asleep if you keep it over your head that long. Yes, what's your question? No, behind you. Yes. I should play Batman. We're going to write that down as a little note, and maybe I might play Batman a little later on. Okay, so that's usually how I get my ideas. But sometimes when I'm thinking about Batman, I don't keep my eyes open enough and see things. So when that happens, I go to the internet and I look for pictures where bizarre things are happening, because that might start a story. For instance, this picture right here. Do you guys see what's going on there? There's a man wearing nothing but purple underpants with the word FedEx emblazoned upon his butt. He has the flag of Canada draped over a shoulder, and he goes out to the airport with these little orange flashlights to park airplanes. Is this something you see every day? There's usually one kid who goes, oh yeah, I see that all the time. You should see meet my dad. But no, it's not something most people see every day. So now we've got our what if. What if there was a guy who went to work at the airport wearing nothing but underpants to park airplanes all day? So if you guys help me out and give me a couple story elements, I think we can make up a story about this guy. Oh, but before we get started, I write fiction. Does anyone here know what fiction is? Yes, what's fiction? Fiction is something that is not true. It's made up. It's totally comes out of thin air. It's telling lies for fun and profit. So when I ask you guys for a suggestion, you can tell me anything at all. There is no right or wrong answer. All right, the first thing I need to do is find out a little something about our hero, our protagonist. Does anyone know what the word protagonist means here? What's protagonist? Yes. The good guy of the story, usually, what are we going to say? What's a protagonist? The main character. Give that man an advanced degree in Greek, because protagonist comes from some Greek words that means the main character. He's the one the story's going to be all about, or she, and usually they're the good guy, like in the Star Wars movie, a guy named Luke Skywalker is the protagonist. So I need to learn a little something about our man in underpants, our protagonist. What can you tell me about this guy? Yes? His name is Bob. All right. All right. You know, as I said, I go to 40 schools a year and do this. And guess what the guy's name always is? That square pants has a strange hold on you people. All right. Bob. Now, what can you tell me about Bob? What makes him heroic? What kind of character does he have? Let's see here. Yes. Oh, he wears the underwear as a safety precaution. All right. So he's very safety concerned, very safety conscious. I'll put that there, why he wears underwear. All right, now when I'm writing a story, the most important question that I have to ask, or you have to ask when you're writing your story, is what does my protagonist want more than anything in the world? Like my hero, Kyle Keeley, wants to win more than anything in the world. So what does Bob, the safety-conscious airplane worker, want more than anything in the world besides a new pair of pants? Because that would just be too easy. Okay, double hands. He wants a girlfriend. He wants a girlfriend. Oh, young love. Okay, the next thing I need to know is where does our story take place? Now, I can tell it's taking place at an airport, but one of my favorite authors is a guy named Stephen King, and he wrote a book called On Writing. And in that book, he says that all writing is an act of mental telepathy, where I see something in my brain, and I put a few words on a piece of paper, and you see exactly what I saw in my brain. We have a mind meld. And the way that you do that is through very specific details. So, what can you guys tell me about this airport that makes it kind of special and different? Yeah. It's in Mexico. That's why he's wearing that Canadian flag. Okay. It's in Mexico. All right. Now, we've got our protagonist, Bob. But in every story, if you're writing a story, what you want to do is have two forces that sort of collide all the time. So we got a protagonist, Bob, but every story has another character called the antagonist. Does anyone know what antagonist is? What's the antagonist? Yes. The bad guy. That's usually what it is. Have you ever heard the word antagonize? I used to hear it all the time. That two little brothers like go, my mother would say, what antagonizing your little brothers? What did she mean when she said that? Yes. Stop hitting on them. What does antagonize mean? Yes. Bothering, annoying, jumping in the face of, getting in one's drill. So the antagonist's job in a story is to cause trouble for your protagonist. Like that guy, Darth Vader, is in that Star Wars story, causing trouble for Luke Skywalker. So who is going to cause trouble for our hero Bob? Yes, the purple ears. You're the only one with purple ears. I'm sorry. A green slimy alien. All right. Does the green slimy alien have a name? What'd you say? Peter. A green slimy alien named Peter. All right. But why? Why? Because you see, villains and antagonists of stories, they don't sit around going, I'm going to do something evil today. They have a reason for everything they're going to do. I'm going back here. Why does Pete the alien want to stop Bob from being a girlfriend? Double hands. Because he wants underpants? He wants underpants. Okay. All right. Pardon me. He wants underpants. All right. Very good. He wants underpants. Don't we all? I wish I had some. Okay. Too much information. All right, so now we got all the story elements. What I need next, just to make this a little more fun, I need two sentences. But before you give me a sentence, who can tell me what two types of words must be in each and every sentence for it to qualify as a complete sentence? Yes! Punctuation and capitalization aren't two types of words. It's good to have those in your sentences, but those aren't the two types of words I'm looking for. Yes? A subject and a, who can help me out? What's the second one? That would be the subject. A person, place, or thing. A chair, a country, or a king. That would be the subject or the noun. What's the other word I'm looking for? Yes! Predicate. What's another word for predicate? Yes. Good. All right. We need a subject and a predicate, a noun and a verb. Who can tell me what's a noun? Someone already did. A person, place, or thing. And what's a verb? An action word like Batman might use. I got Batman on the brain. All right. So now I need two sentences, and they can be as random as you like. Don't have to do with anything you put down. Just make sure they're kind of short, like 5 or 6 words, and make sure they have a noun and a verb, because I'm not in the mood for fragments. Okay, way in the back with the blonde hair, stand up. Yes, what's your sentence? Okay, good. I woke up thinking about my job today. All right. I woke up thinking about my job today. All right. A little bit shorter for our next sentence. A little bit shorter. My hand gets tired of writing all those words. A little bit shorter. Double hands. Who did? Yoku? Joku. Yoku came to help me. Yes, Eric did. All right, very good. All right, I'm going to tell you guys now a story. Yeah, a story about a guy named Bob who wears underpants all the time, and he's kind of very safety conscious, Bob, and he wants a girlfriend more than anything in the world. Our story is going to take place at an airport in Mexico, and somewhere in the story, a green slimy alien named Peter is going to show up because he wants Bob's underpants. Now, when I tell you this story, the first sentence of my story is going to be, I woke up thinking about my job today, and the very last sentence of my story will be, Goku came to help me yesterday. So the next time I say, Goku came to help me yesterday, what are you going to do? Give me a round of applause. I learned this from some third graders in YouTube. It's called round of applause. Now, you know, it's kind of early in the morning, and I haven't written anything at all today. So there is a slight chance that while I'm telling you this story, I might encounter writer's block. Has any of you guys ever had writer's block? Anyone know what writer's block is? What is it back in the green headband? When you can't think of anything, you're staring at a blank sheet of paper and it's going, write something. Or the computer person's going, write something. And you're like, I can't think of anything to write. I'm going to die. My brain's going to explode. I'm frozen. Well, that should happen to me. Well, I'm telling you the story about Bob and Pete and Goku. I am going to reach into my back pocket and pull out a word. And whatever that word is, it has to be the next word in my story. I have some good words here. I think I'm in trouble. They're smiling too much. Okay, here we go. I woke up thinking about my dad today, Bob said to his wife. How dangerous it is here in Mexico for me to park those airplanes. And so I decided to wear nothing but underpants to work. I believe the word FedEx on the back is printed in reflective tape, and if a plane gets too close, I'll just show it my butt. What do you think, dear? And she said, no, Bob, go ahead. I'm leaving you anyway. And his wife left him. Bob went to work that day saying, I've got to get a new girlfriend. I've got to get a new girlfriend, and I'll take her on a date, and we'll go out and we'll eat bread. We'll eat, no bread. We'll eat bread. We'll find Brett and see what he's up to, and then we'll take him with us. And Brett, he's funny. The girls love Brett. Brett, I'll take him on the date. We'll go out to dinner, and Brett will tell jokes. I'll get something like, and I'll get a new girlfriend. Brett. But after I go to work, and so he went to the airport, checked in with FedEx. His boss said, Bob, you forgot to wear my cool uniform today. Why are you just wearing underpants? Well, sir, I'm a little afraid that the airplanes might run into me. I'm very safety conscious, and if I'm going to have a girlfriend, I got to be alert. So what I thought is I'd wear the underpants, maybe with a flag over my shoulders, and then I'll be safer than anything. The only thing that would make me safer would be a dog. If I had a dog, it could come out with me and guard me out there. And the head of FedEx said, no, we get this German Shepherd if you want to take it. And so Bob took the German Shepherd with him outside, and the dog was very clever. This dog could do all sorts of tricks. It could sit, it could stand, it could even beg for awesome sauce. And they sold awesome sauce in Mexico. It's what they call salsa down there. They had picante, salsa, and awesome sauce. So Bob was out there landing the airplanes, and all of a sudden, this very strange looking airplane came. It wasn't an airplane. It was shaped like a dog. It was this big other dog, and the German Shepherd went, whoop, 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 whoop. The dog ran away in this big airplane shaped like a dog with big jaws. Came down, and it didn't land like most airplanes. It hovered, it raised its leg, and let out all sorts of exhaust, and then it landed on the top. And out of that back of the jaws of that airplane walked a green, shiny alien. Hello, Earthling. My name is Pete. I have come from the planet Belzar. We are here looking for certain items. The first thing we need, of course, is blue. We want the color blue. We do not have any color blue in Belzar. I went to North Carolina, but they wouldn't give me their blue. So I come to Mexico to get your blue. Please, give me your blue. And I can't give you blue, man. Blue's like a color. How can I possibly give it to me, or I will take your underpants? I like your underpants. FedEx is the king of our planet. We call him Lord FedEx on our planet. How dare you sit upon him? How dare you? If you were on Belzar, you would be taken in front of the king and he would give you a fox. You do not want to get a fox from King FedEx, because FedEx is fox will just tear your face right off your head. And Bob's getting pretty nervous right there. And he started going, said, come here, where's my German Shepherd? If I had a dog, maybe I could steal us away. And he said, what was that dog's name? Oh, I remember. His name was Goku. Goku, come! Goku, come! The dog came over, hey man, you knew my name. That's pretty good. I can talk now. Because they said the first time a human knew my name, I could talk. This alien giving you trouble in your mouth? And Bob said, yes, he is. His name is Pete. Goku the dog said, oh, he looks nice and slimy. I like slimy food. And within a flash, Goku the German Shepherd swallowed Pete the alien. Now, that night, on his date with Brett and the beautiful girl they went out with, he was telling us how he single-handedly dealt with an alien at the airport there in Mexico. The girl was, oh, senor, you are so manly. You are muy macho. And then he said, yeah, that was quite a day yesterday. One of my best ever. And I've adopted a dog, Goku, because Goku came to my help yesterday. Yeah. Now, what I was going to tell you guys is before I did any of that writing I told you about, I spent 5 years in a little theater down in Greenwich Village doing something called improvisational comedy, where we would get out in front of an audience and we would make up stories and songs and scenes from their suggestions. There was a young guy named Bruce Willis was in our troupe. He shaved his head, moved to California, don't know what happened to him. And then this guy, Robin Williams, was so sad when he passed away a couple weeks ago, because he used to come whenever he was in town, he would jump up on stage with us, and we would do scenes and stuff together. It was a lot of fun, and when you do improv, you just said there's only one rule, and that rule is to say yes to whatever comes up. Like when I pulled out the word dog for the second time, I could have stopped and said, no, dog's not the right word. I've already used the word dog once. What would be the perfect word? And I could just stop here and thought about it and thought about it. And that's where writer's block comes from. It's when we think too hard, we try to make everything perfect the first time. But I have since known and realized in my 30 years that the first draft is just for you. You have to give yourself permission to write a bad first draft. Just sit down and say yes to whatever pops in your head, write it down, don't edit yourself, let it flow, and then go back and make it better. How many of you guys rewrite every single paper you turn in at school? And how many of you are telling me the truth right now? Really? You rewrite stuff? And when I was in 5th grade, I started by getting a little composition book with a marble cover. And la 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 la. Ooh, I'm halfway down the page. I must be halfway done. La 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 la. Got to the bottom and said, finish. Woohoo, here it is. And turned it in. But in all my years of writing, I have learned that the secret to all writing is rewriting. You write it down, get everything out of your head as best you can, and then you go back and make it better. You guys know Charles Dickens, right? He wrote, his most famous book is probably A Christmas Carol with Scrooge and Marley and all the ghosts. Well, in New York City, where I live, there's a library called the Morgan Library, and every December, they roll out under bulletproof glass Charles Dickens' original, handwritten first draft manuscript of A Christmas Carol, and that's what it looks like right there. You see all those black marks all over it? Anybody know what's going on there? What's going on there? Yes, sir. He's revising his idea, rethinking his idea. He might be looking at that first sentence and going, oh, I've got 2 adjectives in here. I really only need 1. Which one's the stronger one? And there's a whole section on the bottom where he's going, maybe I don't even need this whole paragraph. I'll cut it out or I'll move it somewhere else. So whenever I'm getting frustrated, I have to rewrite a lot. Like I told you, I rewrote Escape from Mr. Lemoncello's Library. I rewrote 50% of that book 8 different times over 2 years. So whenever I get frustrated, I look at this picture and I say, if it's good enough for Charles Dickens, it's good enough for me. Now, how was our first sentence? I woke up thinking about my job today. Was that a good first sentence? Yeah, well, I guess, we really can't judge whether it's good or not unless we agree on what is a writer's #1 job. What would you say is a writer's #1 job? Whether it's me writing my books or you guys writing papers at school? Yes. To write, that's why they call them writers. But what is the purpose of what we're doing? Yes. To let other people know about your imagination, but what's our job? Yes. To be creative, that's how you write, yes. Yes, but grab a hold of all writers. All we're trying to do is to get readers reading, to get readers turning the page. How many of you have gone to a bookstore and you picked up a book and you read just like the first sentence, you go, this is boring. Put that book down, and you pick up another book and read like 2 sentences. This one's even braver than the first one. Put that one down, then you pick up another one. Ooh, this is pretty good. Ooh, I think I'll just stay here in the bookstore for the rest of my life and sit down on the floor and read it right now. Because what we're all trying to do is get readers who stay up all night turning the page. Whether it's people reading my books or you want your teachers like, oh, I can't wait to see what this kid says next. We do not want bored readers. Now I'm going to give you, this is the first sentence on page 1, chapter 1 of the book I wrote called The Black Heart Rick. Zach Jennings did not want to chase a slobbering black dog with glowing red eyeballs up into the Haddon Hill Cemetery 3 nights before Halloween. Does anybody want to read what happens next? Why? What's going on in that one sentence? I'm here today to reveal all my tricks. What's going on in that one sentence that makes you want to keep reading? Yes, sir. Keeps you hooked, but how did I keep you hooked? Yes. You want to know more about it, exactly. Do you guys know the word suspense? Comes from the same word like suspension bridge or suspenders. It means to leave your reader dangling in the air. Don't take them where they want to go right away. Leave them hanging. So that's excellent. You want to know more about the dog, what's going on here? It starts with a question that you have to keep reading to know the answer. Anything else going on in that sentence that forces you to keep going? Yes? It's 3 days before Halloween. And where is the story taking place? Yes. A cemetery 3 days before Halloween. We got a dog with glowing red eyeballs and a drool problem. Does that sound like there might be something creepy about to happen? So that's another thing you want to do at the top of your story is like leave your reader hanging and then make them kind of a promise like stick around. Something good is about to happen, and they will have to keep reading to find out what's going to happen next. All right, at this point, I need a couple of volunteers, a few volunteers who are not afraid of making a fool of themselves in public. All right, let's go. Green shirt, come over here, stand right there, and wait a minute, yours. Come on up. I need some ladies. You, I got a lady, and I got this one over here. Yes, you. All right, come up here. All right. I want you, thank you, that's all I need. You guys, I want you to stand in a line right here, shoulder to shoulder. Turn around, face me this way. Come on over here. And what's your name? Zoe.
Quentin.
Took you a little while to remember your name, Quentin. We're going to work on that, okay? But, okay, your name is? Harrison. Joey, okay, you guys line up in a row, like on that line, and face this way. Turn around, okay, you get next to her. There we go. And you next to him, and you, let's see, you slide in there. Okay, good. Now, earlier, we were saying that there's 2 types of words in any sentence, a noun and a verb. Of those two, which one do I think is the most important word in any sentence? You have a 50-50 chance of getting this one right. The noun or the verb? Yes. The verb. Good. It's on the board behind me. Good. Yes, the verb. What is a verb? Yes. An action word, and a noun is a person, place, or thing. And remember I told you that all writing is mental telepathy? That I'm trying to make you see the picture I see in my head? Well, if I pick the right verb, I can make you see what I see in my head. I will now demonstrate. I'm going to write a sentence, and I want you guys to kind of act it out, okay? The 4 students walked across the floor. All right, let's give them a round of applause. They're in the 5th grade. They know how to walk. Now, on that screen right now, every single one of those words means to walk, but to walk in a different way. For instance, how do you amble? Anyone know, how do you amble? Yes. By ambling. That is an excellent answer. It's kind of one I would have given when I was your age. I appreciate that. But how do you walk if you're ambling? Yes. You wander around. Excellent. Give that man an A+ and give him an A-. Okay. So when you amble, you sort of wander around like parents and old people sort of amble. They go, oh, look at this over here. So I'm going to write another sentence. I'm not going to change the noun, but I am going to change the verb. The 4 students ambled across the floor. Some of the best ambling I've ever seen since I was with my grandmother. Okay, very good. How about to march? How do you walk if you march? You're still walking, but how do you walk? Everybody knows that. You gotta lift your legs up very militaristically. So now we'll do that one. The 4 students marched across the floor. Up those arms. Okay, good. We'll do one more. How do you walk if you strut? Yes. Like this? Yes. With one foot in front of the other. I had nothing. Yes, how would you say you walk your strut?
You gotta put a hip swing in.
You gotta put a little hip swing in there. You gotta have a little toot. You're proud of yourself. You hold your chest up high. You say, look at me. I am all that and a bag of chips. Okay, you ready? Now 4 students, see the noun staying the same, strutted across the floor. Garrison, I think we just found America's next top model. There he is. All right, give a round of applause. Go stand with that. So you see, in all those sentences, I didn't change the noun at all. The only thing I changed was the verb, and you got a completely different picture. That sentence from the Black Heart Crip, would you have a different picture if I said, Zach Jennings did not want to strut up the highway after the dog? I will forever see Garrison. It'll haunt my dreams. Okay. The other thing we need, if we're going to be writers, another thing we need in our stories is a hero. We have to put our protagonists out there and send them on a quest. And so I'm going to introduce you now to my protagonist. There we go. Oh, there we go. There we go. Meet my protagonist. Yes, I'm going to read you just a little bit from Escape from Mr. Lemoncello's Library. But I want you to pay kind of particular attention, because when I'm done, I want you guys to tell me everything you know about my protagonist, Kyle Keeley, from just these 3 pages. Oh, I'm going to read it to you now, and before the scene starts, there's some stuff that happens beforehand. We're going to meet Kyle. He's got 2 big brothers, Mike and Curtis, who's a brainiac, and they're tearing around the neighborhood playing Mr. Lemoncello's outdoor scavenger hunt. And one of the rules of this game is the loser has to put everything back where whoever found it found it. While Curtis was stranded next door, trying to talk the neighbor's Doberman Twinkie out of his favorite tug toy, Kyle and Mike were both searching for the same 2 items, because for the final round, all the players were given the same riddle card. That day's riddle, even though it was a card Kyle had never seen before, had been extra easy. Find 2 coins from 1982 that add up to 30 cents, and one of them cannot be a nickel. Duh. The answer was a quarter and a nickel, because the riddle said only one of them couldn't be a nickel. So to win, Kyle had to find a 1982 quarter and a 1982 nickel. Also easy, their dad kept an apple cider jug filled with loose change down in his basement workshop. That's why Kyle and Mike were racing to get there first. Mike bolted through the front door. Kyle grinned. He loved playing games against his big brothers. As the youngest, it was just about the only chance he ever got to beat them fair and square. Board games leveled the playing field. You needed a good roll of the dice, a lucky draw of the cards, and some smarts. But if things went your way and you gave it your all, anyone could win, especially today. Since Mike had blown his lead by choosing the standard route down to the basement. He'd go through the front door, tear to the back of the house, bound down the steps, and then run to their dad's workshop. Kyle, on the other hand, would take a shortcut. He hopped over a couple of boxy shrubs and kicked open the low-to-the-ground casement window. He heard something crackle when his tennis shoe hit the window pane, but he couldn't worry about it. He had to beat his big brother. He crawled through the narrow opening, dropped to the floor, and scrambled over to the workbench where he found the jug, dumped out the coins, and started sifting through the sea of pennies, nickels, dimes, and quarters. Score. Kyle quickly uncovered a 1982 nickel. He tucked it into his shirt pocket and sent pennies, nickels, and dimes skidding across the floor as he concentrated on quarters in 2010, 2003, 1986. Come on, he muttered. The workshop door swung open. What the? Mike was surprised to see that Kyle had beaten him to the coin jar. Mike fell to his knees and started searching for his own coins just as Kyle shouted, "Got it!" and plucked a 1982 quarter out of the pile. What about the nickel? Demanded Mike. Kyle pulled it out of his shirt pocket. You went through the window? Said a voice from outside. It was Curtis, kneeling in the flower beds. Yeah, said Kyle. I was going to do that. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. I can't believe you won, moaned Mike, who wasn't used to losing anything. Well, said Kyle, standing up and strutting a little. Believe it, brother, because now you 2 losers have to put all the junk back. I am not taking this back, Twinkie, said Curtis. He held up a very slimy, knotted rope. Oh, yes, you are, said Kyle, because you lost. Oh, sure, you thought about using the window. Kyle, mumbled Curtis, you might want to shut up. What? Come on, Curtis, don't be such a sore. Yes. He's competitive. Excellent, yes. He thinks on his feet. Oh, good. He wants to beat his brother. What were you going to say? He won't let anything get in his way. He is indomitable. Yes. He's a little bit on the breaking rules side, at least stretching the rules. What were we going to say? He's determined. You say that? She read your mind. Yes. Nothing will stop him, not even a broken window. So, now you guys just told me that he was like indomitable, nothing would stop him, that he was very competitive. Did I once use the word competitive? Did you guys all know he was competitive? Did I use the word competitive in that scene? Now, how'd you know that he was competitive? Yes. Because you guys saw what he was doing? You just knew. Yeah, okay, what happens? The best way, I didn't tell you that he was competitive. I showed you he was competitive. So that is my #2 rule of all writing. Always show, don't tell. What if I had rewritten this chapter and said, once upon a time, there was a boy named Kyle Keeley. He was 12 years old, he had 2 brothers. He was super competitive. He would not let anything stop him from winning a game, not even a window. Would that be a good chapter? Would that be what we call a boring chapter? So always remember, show, don't tell. Create a scene where your reader goes, oh, this is it, man, he's good. He'll do anything to win. But don't tell them that, show them that. Okay, at this point, I always like to ask, does anyone here like to hear nice stories about nice people having a nice day? Dude, what's your name? Emily? And what's your favorite thing to have for breakfast, Emily? You can have anything in the world. What would be the nicest breakfast? Eggs, bacon, and toast. Okay, I'm going to tell you a story about Emily's nice day, and somewhere there will be eggs, bacon, and toast. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful princess named Emily. And every morning when she woke up, 5 little bluebirds appeared on her windowsill like, chirp, 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 time to wake up, Emily. And they would sing to her, oh, Emily, we love you. And she'd go, oh, thank you, little birds. What a nice way to wake up every morning. Much nicer than the noisy alarm clock. And then she went to her closet where she had the finest silk gowns. She had fluffy bunny slippers that were made out of real fluffy bunnies. They said, good morning, Emily. We got the one you cozy. She said, oh, that's so nice, little bunnies. Thank you. And then she sort of hopped down the steps to the breakfast room where her mother went, oh, Emily. So sweet, nice, sweet. Oh, yes, Mumsy dear. I have the nicest dreams. I dreamt all about unicorns and narwhals. And they were playing volleyball over the rainbow with a big marshmallow. And it was, oh, that sounds so nice. Would you like some breakfast? Oh, yes, Mumsy. Would you like some eggs, bacon, and toast? Oh, yes, Mumsy. Would you like some orange marmalade on that egg? Oh, that would be delightfully nice. Anybody bored with this story? I am, because there's nothing happening. Even Walt Disney gives you all those princess heads and little Lion King. No, they are nothing unless they have big conflicts with some bad antagonists. For instance, little Simba does not deserve to be the Lion King unless he proves himself against his Uncle Scar. And let's face it, without Captain Hook, Peter Pan is just a guy who likes to wear green tights. So you always need conflict in your stories because in a story, it's the same as in life. How you act under pressure tells me more about your character than anything you could ever tell me about yourself. Okay, we're gonna play one quick game, and then we got time for some questions, which is fun. All right, we're gonna play a game called You Choose. I'm gonna show you 3 sentences. One of them is the actual first sentence of a book that James Patterson and I wrote called Treasure Hunting. So taking everything we've talked about today, is it A, the sea was stormy and full of choppy waves, B, let me tell you about the last time I saw my dad, or C, once upon a time there were 4 kids named Kid and they were all treasure hunters. Who would pick A by a show of hands? All right, a little atmosphere to start your story. Who would pick B? And who would pick C? All right, the correct answer, the first sentence chosen by James Patterson and myself is B. Why did we pick B? Who can tell me why we picked B? Yes, Emily. It grabs your attention. Yes, what are you going to say? It keeps your reader reading. What are you going to say? Well, that's her name is Kid. What were you saying? Oh, let me tell you, because you know someone's sitting down telling you a story. But he's saying, let me tell you about the last time I saw my dad. So don't you go, oh, what happened to your father? Did your father own a boat? Did sharks eat your father? Did you lose your father at the mall? What happened to your father? So it forces you to keep on reading. The first sentence just said the sea was stormy and full of chocolate. It's kind of what the sea does every day, so there's nothing extraordinary there. And the last one just says there's 4 kids named Kid, and they were all treasure hunters. If you look at the cover of the book, you kind of knew that already. So you're always looking for something to open with a question to leave your reader in suspense. All right, I know some of you guys have probably got some questions, so let's stop now and see what your questions are. Yes, sir. Is The Island of Dr. Lieber's going to be a sequel to Escape from Mr. Lemoncello's Library? It's kind of a cousin to it. In fact, let me see, do I have it here? I might have. This is The Island of Dr. Lieber's, and I put together a little book trailer so I can show you guys a little bit about that. Here we go.
So Billy, have you ever read this Robin Hood book? Yup, I met him too. When? Yesterday. Discover the Island of Dr. Libris by Chris Grabenstein. It's where stories come to life.
So, what's going on in this book? What's going on in that story is a boy named Billy Guilfoyle is going to spend the summer with his mother at a cabin on a lake. And when he gets there, it's the cabin that's owned by the strange Dr. Libris, and those words you just saw are like the first chapter of the book, so you know something creepy is going on. But Billy gets there, and even though this house has got all these security cameras everywhere and a big satellite dish in the backyard, he goes inside, and there's no television, there's no Xbox, there's no PlayStation 1, 2, 4, 3. There's not even a boombox. And on his very first day at this cabin, he drops his iPhone from a high elevation and it shatters. So he's moping around the house, and his mother says, well, what do you think kids did the days before all these electronic gadgets? And he says, I don't know, cried a lot. And she says, well, have you read any of those books that are locked up in Dr. Libris's secret cabin? There's this old bookcase with all these carved things on it. You gotta find the key to get into it. And Billy does, he finally finds the key. And he starts reading this book about Hercules wrestling a giant named Antaeus who's made out of rock and stone. And Billy goes, it's pretty cool. You can kind of see it in his head. And then Hercules throws the giant to the ground, and the earth shakes in the book, and the floor shakes in the room where he's reading. And then he hears a voice go, put me down, you puny mortal. He goes running outside, and he sees this rocky giant kind of walking in silhouette out on the island in the middle of the lake. So what Billy discovers in this book is that any story that he reads in that study, the characters will come to life out on that island. So before we're done, we got the giant from Jack and the Beanstalk out there. We got the Three Musketeers, Robin Hood. It's kind of crazy. So that'll be out in March, but we're also doing a sequel to Escape from Mr. Lemoncello's Library. It'll be out in 2016 called Mr. Lemoncello's Library Olympics, where teams from all over the country are going to come to Ohio and try to beat the people who won the first game. Good question. Yes, who else got a question? Yes. Can I write a book about you? All my books are about you. You know that. All right. Yes, over here. Yes. What inspires me to write children's books? That's an excellent question. Because, you know, I used to write adult books. I wrote murder mysteries and thrillers for adults. And then editor read one of my books I wrote for adults and said, you know, this would make a pretty creepy ghost story for kids. You got to cut 70,000 words out of it and get rid of all the adult stuff. You want to do it? I said, yeah. And that's how the Crossroads got started. And I had more fun writing for you guys, I think because I'm still 12 years old in my brain. And you guys are better readers than your parents, aren't you? Come on, let's be honest here. And you use more of your imagination, so it's more fun for me to write for you guys. So all my adult fans are going, when are you going to write the next murder mystery? It's like, probably never, because I'm having too much fun. Yes?
What's your favorite part in Mr. Lemoncello's library?
What's my favorite part in Mr. Lemoncello's library? Well, I love the hover ladders. You know, when you put your code into the book and you go floating up to whatever book you want. But you know, one of my favorite parts is when all the doors close in the library and they're all locked up and there's nothing left for Kyle to do except read. And he sits down, it's late at night, they all have a copy of that Sherlock Holmes book, and Kyle starts reading, and he says it's like a 3D IMAX movie in his head. He starts like falling in love with reading. And I don't know, I guess after all the whiz-bang stuff that's happened, I really like that part of the book where things get kind of quiet. Because the Sherlock Holmes books were the first ones that made me really love reading for fun. I read them after college, where I spent 4 years reading all these textbooks that people said, you have to read this, you have to read this by Tuesday, you have to read this by Wednesday. So when college was done, I read every single Sherlock Holmes story. It was fun to read again. So that's why I put that in there. My favorite part. Hey, way in the back, why don't you stand up and yes, you want the green, yes, stand up. Where's Kyle on the cover? Well, you know, I don't know. That's why I love that Kyle. I love that cover because they did it all in silhouettes, and you can interpret it any way you want. I want you got a question back there too. You were standing up, the green headband, yes. I could write it. Is that your name? Well, you know, kids often ask me, how do I get the names for my books? So if you're on my mailing list or on my Facebook page, there's a chance I might randomly pick your name off of that. And then sometimes I just hear a name when I'm signing books, like the lead character in Dr. Libris. I met a kid named Billy Guilfoyle at a school I visited, and I said, that's a cool name. And some of the names I just make up, like Kyle Healy and Charles Chiltington and Haley Daly. But other names were kids who won a contest that I had. Sierra Russell, she won a contest that I had for summer reading. And then some of the names are people who donate to charities. We'll have like auctions where people pay like $2,000 to see their name in a book. So there's a lot of ways. The best way is to be on my mailing list, and I might just randomly pick your name. Yes? Awesome sauce is a word I learned from a friend in California. I know, awesome sauce is, I tried to find some 9 or 10-year-olds to read it, and I met this family in California, and they read The Island of Dr. Libris, and his review was, if this book was a sauce, it would be awesome sauce. And that's when I first learned that expression. Yes? Which one do I think is better, I funny or I even funnier? Well, I think that Jamie gets funnier and I even funnier, but I like I funny a lot because it sets up the premise. And it was a lot of fun for me to write. What's really cool is when you're a writer, is you get to play every character in your book. So when I first moved to New York City, I wanted to be a stand-up comic. So writing I funny gave me a chance to do that. So I think they're both really good. Do you have a favorite? And people usually like to read those in order because he's like going in context. Okay, over here, yes. If I wasn't a writer, I think I might become a teacher, but I think I would be exhausted every day. Because I go to schools like one day a week and I come home and need to take a nap for 4 days now. So I think I would be a teacher, but I don't think I have the stamina for it. Yes. We'll do autographs later. Beyonce, over here in the corner, yes. If I went to my dream catcher, like the Indian dream catcher, well, Stephen King wrote a book called Dream Catchers, and maybe we get a little longer read that one. And then I think that might be a story you want to write about what happens if you fell through and enter the magic world. And what's really fun when you write is you get to create your own world. I know no one makes train sets anymore. When I was a kid, you have train sets of cars, like slot cars, and you make your own world. And like SimCity or Minecraft, where you get to kind of make worlds, and that's what writers get to do. We get to create our own worlds, and just make sure when you create your worlds, you know what the rules are and stick to the rules of your world. Yes, sir. I'm Totally Funny, I think is coming out the 2nd or 3rd week of January 2015. They usually come out right before Christmas, but I know that James Patterson has a big Maximum Ride book coming out right before Christmas. So they're pushing I Totally Funny back a little bit. Yes, hello. Hello. Did Mr. Lemoncello actually know? They didn't know till the end, because Dr. Zinchenko had to go through all the security tapes and find Charles Chiltington bullying Andrew Peckman. That's why it took a little time, but he did eventually know, and that's why they busted him. Okay, let's go over here. Yes. That's my dog. My dog's name is Fred, and Fred was a stray dog in New York City, was running around loose. They put him in an animal shelter, and they were about to put him to sleep. He was about to get the big needle. When the animal trainer, who's trained every dog on Broadway since the first production of Annie, needed 2 more dogs for the Broadway production of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, which they did on Broadway. There's a scene where they do Toot Sweet, they blow through the candy canes, and dogs come running in. So Fred and like 200 other dogs who were in shelters came and auditioned. Fred got the part. So my dog has appeared on Broadway. My wife is an actress, and she says the dog has the best credits in the house. He's been on Broadway. Yes, in the back. How old am I? Well, that's a very, what's that? 35, she says. I'm gonna give her $100 later on. Well, the best question is, if you didn't know how old you are. So I would probably say I was like 30 if you asked me, but I turned 59 this year. I'm old enough to be your grandparents. But in my head, I'm actually the exact same age as Mr. Lemoncello, because I was 12 years old in 1968, which is why I did it that way. By writing these books, we'll keep you young. Yes? Which one, if I had to choose, is my favorite book? Well, I have so many favorites. The Crossroads was a favorite, because it was the first book I wrote for people your age, and as I said, it's much more fun, so that one always has a fond place in my heart. And then, I love my book, Riley Mack and the Other Known Troublemakers, but nobody would read it, because they ruined the cover. They put a kid on the front who looks like he's in the 2nd grade. He's supposed to be a 7th grader, but he looks like this waif or something. That's a really good book that no one's ever read because the cover killed it. And I also love I Funny, and I really love Escape from Mr. Lemoncello's Library. Like most authors, I guess my favorite book is the one I just finished writing, which is Mr. Lemoncello's Library Olympics. Yes? Why did I write Escape from Mr. Lemoncello's Library? Because when I was your age, I grew up over the mountains in Tennessee. You guys talk like that here? That's just Tennessee. And I grew up in Tennessee, and when I was your age in the 5th grade, we did not have us a good library. I don't think we even had us a library. And the public library was an old house with an old lady sitting on the porch going, "Y'all want a book?" And I just ran away. So I started doing all these school visits. My day typically starts in the library or the media center. And I started meeting all these really cool librarians. And so I wanted to do a book about all the librarians I have. All right, I think we have time for one last question, because I see we're getting into the witching hour and there's another group coming in. So in the back, stand up high. Yes, sir. My favorite car is the one I had in New York City, which is no car at all. In New York City, we can walk out to the curb, raise our hand, and a car will magically appear to take us anywhere we want to go, and that's the best way to live. Thank you guys so much. Thank you.
All right, did you enjoy that? Give me another. Another group coming in shortly, so we're going to ask that those prizes come around to the front of the school to pick the students up. So we will exit from the back, so we'll start with Overton. And if you would just go out the back of the auditorium and take a left, that is the front of the school. We've already been signed, if you want to go, you go to the media center and pick up your book.
It's been like that. I didn't put that caster on there. A student put it on there, and that student doesn't know it. So tell your TF she's got to reset up the factory settings, but she's gonna need some help with technology. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, now I know you. Don't you have a little sister named Maddie? I wish you all neighbor. How are you? Good. Do you still live there? Yes, I do. You have some more still? We're going to tell you. You're going to what? We're going to tell you. Oh, very good. We'll see you later, okay? You look familiar. Hi.
want to say hi to your old teachers at Faith?
Hi.
Bye, Faith.
Hi, Faith.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. I'm on TV. How are you? Hi. Well, we made it through round one of Chris Grabenstein's talk about the writer's craft with Rowan Salisbury students. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back at about 10:45 for the second group. We hope you've enjoyed. Bye-bye.
Even with another librarian in the background.
How are you? I didn't know if we would see you. Oh my gosh, how are you? How are you? Good. I'm going to put this up. Excuse me, baby. Stay there. You want me to get all of you again? Yes. All right. Bye, Kendall.
I only have a few left, so I won't be able to get to everybody. If you pull the book, there'll be a bookmark in your book. I'm going to run out real quick here. So, yeah, if you apply a book, you already have a bookmark inside.
Mr. Dunn, can you get a picture of that?
Yeah, so let's do that to you. Okay, here you go.
Mr. Grabenstein, Mr. Dunn, can you get a picture of that?
Yes.
The white over there.
So I'm going to run out of books already. And I'll find a bunch and I'll leave them. I'll find a bunch and leave them too. All right, thank you. I got to do another quick picture. I know it's like together. I need some help from you guys who got here early.
Thanks, sir. I'm very well, Sister President. Nice to meet you. You too, sir. Thank you for coming.
All right, if you're just joining us, we're about to get started with the second visit with author Chris Grabenstein of Escape from Mr. Lemoncello's Library and his take on the writer's craft. And we'll be starting momentarily. Say again? I don't know. I got to send an email. They have to quit their browser and reload if nobody thought to do that. All right, we're waiting on a couple of elementary schools, and I don't know quite how long we'll be waiting, but just stand by. That's Coons.
y'all want to come down front where you can see better, you can do that. Either way. Is Morgan with you guys?
Dole and Morgan, I bet you. Because I think we did coons by themselves. I think we did coons by themselves. Because they're so big.
Do you know where they are? I'm going to try to come for at least some of it.
If some of y'all come down to the front, thanks, if y'all come down to the front, it'll really be better. On one side or the other, not the front row. There you go. And for y'all, is Morgan with you guys? Is Morgan with you? Okay, I think we're all here. We're running behind, so if you'll quickly find a seat.
What? What?
You need 5 or 6 books signed.
Or,
Hey, good morning. You guys excited? You finally get to meet the author of the book we've been reading for, seems like forever now. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Author Chris Grabenstein, and I hope you will enjoy this presentation. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Oh, yes, we're making broadcast tonight. Hi, it was fun for me to come down from New York. You know, I grew up over the mountains in Tennessee. And at one point, are you guys here in the 5th grade? On that picture behind the wall, that's me when I was in the 5th grade. That's my 5th grade class picture. Has any of you figured out which one of those kids I was when I was in 5th grade? Yes, sir. The kid glasses over here, the blue sweater, kind of got receding hairline, looks like he's going bald a little bit. I didn't start going bald until about 10 years ago. That kid was going bald in her 5th grade. By the time he got to 6th grade, we called him Chrome Dome, but that wasn't me. Anybody else want to guess who I was in that picture? Yes. The guy in the middle, that's a girl. That's a girl. Oh, the top row. Oh, that guy. Well, his hair, he's got a plaid shirt. His hair is blonde. What color is my hair? What color did my hair used to be? Black. So look for someone with black hair up there. That might help you out. Yes, sir. Which one? The guy in the plaid sweater? Nope, that wasn't me. Let's go over here. See if anyone over here that I'll show you. I'll make the big reveal. Yes. That's you. Which one? The guy in the red check kind of shirt? That is correct. That was me when I was in the 5th grade. Wasn't I a little angel? That was me when I was in the 5th grade. And I put that up there not just to prove that I was at one point in my life as old as you are right now, but also in the 5th grade, that's when I first started writing. I used to write like comic books and I used to write comic books and pass them around. My teachers actually encouraged me. They said, that's cool you're writing, but we can do that at recess. And then in 6th grade, I used to write skits. We used to have talent shows in our school. And so I used to write for those. And in 7th grade, I had a teacher who said, you're going to make your living as a writer someday. And so that's why I really started putting all my energy towards it. Because when a teacher tells you something, it's usually true. So that's why I really started writing. And now I've been writing books for a little while. And the first books I wrote for people your age, I started out writing murder mysteries and thrillers for adults. But then I started writing these kind of ghost stories. The Haunted Mystery Series, which started with a book called The Crossroads, and then we did The Hanging Hill about a haunted theater, and The Smoking Corridor about zombies in the basement of a school, and then The Black Heart Crypt, all about a boy who sees ghosts on Halloween, which is very appropriate for today. And then I also wrote a play called Curiosity Cat for some friends of mine in Knoxville, Tennessee, and then Samuel French picked it up, and now people are doing the play all over the country. I did another series called Riley Matt and the Other Known Troublemakers. Have any of you ever heard of an author named James Patterson? Yes, he's the #1 best-selling author of all time. And he asked me to write a book with him, so I did. I wrote a book called I'm Funny with Him. And that's the first book with my name on the cover to make it all the way to #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. And then we did I'm Even Funnier, came out last year, and then I wrote a little book called The Escape from Mr. Lemoncello's Library. I'm certain that my mother thinks you good for it. It's very good applause. And that book has won all sorts of awards. It's on 17 state reading lists, and it's been a New York Times bestseller for 20 weeks in the top 10 this weekend. Now, I already know it's going to be on next weekend. 21 weeks, that's been really exciting, and Nickelodeon might turn it into a movie. So, I want to see everyone into the Humberland. And then I did another book with James Patterson called Treasure Hunter. You guys read that one? It's a lot of fun. Actually, an adventure. Then we did a second book in that series called Treasure Hunter, Danger Down the Nile. And we have a brand new series that features a 5th grade son called House of Robots that will be coming out, I think, the Monday or Tuesday before Thanksgiving. And then in January of 2015, I Totally Funniest, the 3rd book in that series, will be coming out. And before I wrote any of these books, I used to write for the Muppets. You guys like the Muppets? Yeah, I wrote a movie that was on CBS television called The Christmas Inside October. It's still on every year. I know this because my mother calls and tells me. We all go out there 3 o'clock in the morning. And then before that, I wrote television commercials for 20 years almost. I wrote for Kentucky Fried Chicken, Burger King, and 7-Up, and Dr. Pepper, and all sorts of clients. So
I did the math the other day, and I realized I have made my living as a writer for 30 years this December. And so I thought today I'd share a few of the rules of the writing game, because to me it's as much fun to play as a Lemoncello game. And then maybe together we'll make up a story. Does that sound like fun? We're going to make up a story. All right, the first thing we need if you want to make up a story are words. Because everything that a writer does, of course, starts with words. So I ask people now, your first writing down words. Who wrote down words for me? I have their words in my back pocket because as a professional writer, I just never know when I might need some words. So I've got those there. And the next thing I need when I tell a story is an idea. Now, I go to 30 or 40 schools a year, and the number one question I get asked is, where do you come up with your ideas for these stories? And usually, I see something in my everyday life that's a little bit out of the ordinary, a little bit out of whack. Because that's where stories start. Because no one really wants to make stories about, it was another boring day, and boring town, and boring things happen. You're looking for things that are a little bit unusual, a little bit out of whack. For instance, I go jogging most mornings. I got an idea for this book. Awesome. When I was out jogging one morning in western Massachusetts, they have these mountains, they're called the Berkshire Mountains. And I went up for my morning run. It was like 6 o'clock in the morning. There was a mist all over the land. It was kind of creepy because I live in New York City, so any kind of trees and stuff is what freaks me out. And I'm running down the road, and I came to a tree. And this tree had a rusty bucket tail, and the bucket was filled with plastic flowers that had been in the sun so long. All the color bleached out of their petals. And I remember there was a white wooden cross nailed in the tree too. Have you ever seen a memorial like that by the side of the road? Anyone know why they're usually there? Why are they usually there? Yes. Somebody passed it. Somebody died. Somebody ran off the road, crashed into that tree, and died. And I said to myself as I was running down the road, what if the person who crashed into this tree and died didn't like me running down the road past the spot where he or she died? What did this person do? He came out of the tree, chased me down the road, and said, die, sucker, die. I started running faster than I'd ever run before. I got back to the hotel, and I wrote down on a piece of paper, what if there was a tree that was haunted by the ghost of the person who crashed into it and died. And then that tree was on a farm, and then they bulldozed down the farm. They built a new housing development, and then a boy with a big imagination moved into one of those houses. And that tree was in his backyard. And creepy stuff started happening around that tree. And that tree started tapping on his bedroom windows. And lightning hit the tree. And the tree split open. And the steam came out of the tree. And get the idea? You say, what if? And then you say, and then. You say, and then, like 200, 300, 400 times, you'll have a 300-page book. It's like you take a little pebble, one little idea, and you go to a pond, and you drop that pebble into the water, and all these ripples will come out of that one little pebble. It also reminds me, when I was in kindergarten, I don't know if you guys did this, when I was in kindergarten, I'd come home, and my parents would say, did anything happen in school today? And they well, Johnny and Joey, and Joey started crying, and then the teacher from the principal, and then the principal came to be blue, and then Susie from the blue, and then she from the blue, and then the principal came to be out, and then he started crying. So just go back to your kindergarten self, where you said, and then you know what, and then you know what, and that's how you tell a story. For instance, when I got the idea for a skate from Mr. Lemoncello's library, came from a school visit very similar to this one, except it was in Brooklyn, New York. PS10 in Brooklyn, New York. This is what all the schools in Brooklyn look like. They're all built on the same sort of brick. They've been here since 1930 something. So far, it's kind of ordinary day in the ordinary day. But then I went inside, and they said, all the kids are upstairs on the 3rd floor. You're going to see them in the library. So I went in, and that old building had the most incredible brand new library. Solid oak bookcases filled with books. There's all these murals on the wall, brand new lighting fixtures. So I asked that lady, Mr. Green, and I said, how did you guys come to have this great library? She said, oh, a very generous billionaire donated to us. So that day, on the subway ride home, I wrote down my little notebook I always have with me. One day, a very generous and somewhat loony bazillionaire donated a library to the town where he grew up. And then I said, and then you know what? And then you know what? For 2 years, it took 2 years and 8 major rewrites to finish this book. But I did a state for Mr. Lemoncello's library came out of that. And when the book was first published, we had a big party in that same library. And of course, there were. That's usually how I come up with a story. This is something in my ordinary life. But sometimes, let's face it, ordinary life can be kind of boring. So when that happens, I go to the internet and I look for story starter pictures like this one right here. And you can see what's going on here. There's a guy wearing nothing but purple underpants with the word FedEx laced upon his butt. He has a flag of Canada draped over his shoulder, and he's got those orange flashlights they use to park airplanes. Is this something you see every day? Oh, good. I'm north. This is the one kid goes, oh, yeah, that's my dad. He goes to work like that. That's not something you see every day. So we have a great place to start a story. So here, I'm going to make up a story about this guy. What if there was someone who went to work at the airport every day wearing nothing but underpants and a flag? And if you guys can help me out with some story items, I think we can make up a story right here. Oh, by the way, I write fiction. Does anyone here know what fiction is? What is fiction? Just think. Something that's not real, something that's made up, something that's totally false. It's telling lies for fun and fun. So, when I ask you guys for a suggestion, you can tell me anything at all. There is no right or wrong answer. This is fiction. All right. We've got our one yet, but now I need a story. I need to know who is this guy. He's going to be our protagonist. Anybody know what the word protagonist means? Who knows what the word? Yes. Hero. Yes. What is? Oh, that's one meaning. What's another meaning for protagonist? Yes. The person that is a good person. Yes. What am I going to say to that? The good guy. Yeah, usually it's the good guy. But try one more time. The real meaning of the word protagonist is very simple. The main character. He's the one that the story is going to be all about, or she's the one the story is going to be all about. We're going to go on an adventure with him. So I need to know a little bit about our protagonist, this guy in the underpants. What can you guys tell me about him? Yes. His name is Bob. How surprising. Because I go to 40 schools a year, and that's what the protagonist's name always is. Bob. All right, so his name is Bob. But what can you tell me about Bob? What makes him sort of heroic? What can you tell me? Yes. He likes to help people. Oh, I like that. He likes to help people. Likes to help people. Okay, the next question is actually the most important. What does your main character want more than anything else in the world? Like when I wrote a state for Mr. Lemoncello's library, I knew that Kyle Keeley wanted to win more than anything in the world. So what does Bob, the guy who likes to help other people, want more than anything in the world besides a new pair of pants? Because that would just be a little too easy. So what does Bob want more than anything in the world? Yes. He wants to touch a cloud on an airplane window. Oh, I've never had that suggestion before. He wants to touch a cloud. See, I already love Bob. All right, now, my next question is about our location. Where does our story take place? Now, I can tell it's taking place here. But one of my favorite authors is a writer named Stephen King, and he said that all writing is an act of mental telepathy. where you see something in your brain, you put some words down on a piece of paper, that anyone who picks up what you wrote will see exactly what you saw in your head. And the way to do that is with really specific detail. So who can tell me something about this airport where we are? Yes, ma'am. It's in Indiana? Okay, it's in Indiana. It's an airport in India. All right. Indiana airport. All right. Now, there's another character in this story. We've got our protagonist, and then every story also has an antagonist. Does anyone here know what an antagonist is? What's an antagonist? The bad guy. Yeah, you ever heard the word antagonize? Anybody heard the word antagonize? I used to hear it all the time, because I got two little brothers, and I go up to them and go, and my mother would say, Chris, what antagonizing your little brother? What did she mean when she said that? What does antagonize mean? Yes. You're bothering them, you're causing trouble, you're getting in their face, you're jumping in their grill. So what I want you to remember is the antagonist's job in a story is to bother and cause trouble for your protagonist. They got to be like two people in opposite forces kind of fighting it out. So in Star Wars, you got Luke Skywalker over here you got Darth Vader, so they're both powerful. So who is going to appear in our story and try to stop Bob, who wants to touch a cloud, from ever touching a cloud? Who's going to do it? Let's see right here from you, sir. Yes. His clothes? Living clothes, all right. His living clothes. All right. I must say, no one has ever suggested that before. I want what you had for breakfast. Okay, so why though? Because villains in stories, be they anthropomorphic, clothes or people, do what they do for a reason. They don't sit around going, there's something evil today. Why would Bob's clothes want to stop him from touching a cloud? What are they going to say? Yes, sir. Because what? They don't like clouds. So the clouds don't rain. Oh, the clothes love the clouds. They don't want the clouds to rain. Ah, of course. Of course. So the clouds don't rain. All right, that's good. So I got all the elements I need to put together a story, but just to make this a little more interesting, I want you guys to tell me 2 sentences that I'll put to our story. But before you do that, who can tell me what 2 types of words must be in each and every sentence for it to qualify as a full and complete sentence? What 2 types of words? Yes. A subject and a verb, a noun, a predicate, subject. Yes. What grade are you in? 5th grade. You know, if you were in Tennessee, you could be an 8th grader. I went to Tennessee last week. What 2 words do you need in a sentence? You need the word the. You need the word I, and you need some punctuation marks, commas, and things like that. Whatever, for 3 hours. So if you were in Tennessee across the border, you could be an 8th grader. All right, I need 2 sentences. I want to have a noun and a verb, but keep them kind of short, because it is random, it's arbitrary. You want to just make sure they're short, and make sure they have a noun and a verb. I don't want to deal with fragments today. What's your sentence? Too long already. I need short, like 5 words. Yes. Okay, you got an idea. Yes. Once there was a dreamer named Bob. That's good. That's good. Once there was a dreamer named Bob. That's excellent. Once there was a dreamer named Bob. All right, good. This looks like it. Now I need another one. Maybe even a little shorter than that. Something punchy, short, punchy. Yes, me. Bob wanted to touch, but Bob wanted to touch a cloud, so it's short. Bob wanted to touch a cloud. All right, very good. I'm now going to tell you a story. And when I tell you this story, there's a guy named Bob. And Bob likes to help people, but more than anything, he wants to reach out of the window of an airplane and touch a cloud. Our story is going to take place in an airport in Indiana. And at some point in the story, a character, his living clothes are going to show up and try to stop Bob from touching the cloud because the clothes like the clouds the way they are. They don't want someone up there messing with them. Now, when I tell you the story, the first sentence will be Bob wants to touch a cloud. And the very last sentence of my story will be once there was a dreamer named Bob. So the next time I say once there was a dreamer named Bob, what are you going to do? Give me a round of applause. I learned this as a third graders and teachers did. Round of applause. Okay. Now, it's still kind of early, and I haven't written anything today. So there is a chance that while I'm telling you this story, I might encounter writer's block. Have any of you guys ever heard of writer's block? What is writer's block? You can't think of anything to write. You stare at a blank piece of paper and stare back and you say, write something, write something. Or there's a little cursor under the paper like, write. I can't think of what to write. My head's going to explode. Well, that should happen to me, you know, should I encounter writer's block while I'm telling you this story, I'm going to reach into my back pocket and pull out one of my emergency words. And that word has to be the next word in my story. There are some good words in here. They're all smiling and doing too much. All right, here comes our story. Bob wants to touch a cloud. More than anything, he wants to touch a cloud. He wants to let slip the surly bonds of gravity, go up into the air and touch a cloud and just see it go scatter. He's one who listens to the little kid lay on his back, and he looked up in the clouds and he saw a sports figure up there. He saw a guy kicking a soccer ball, and over there was a goalie, a big, puffy, overweight goalie with fluffy white hair. Because that's what he saw when he looked at those clouds, and he went up there in the air and touched the cloud. And that's why he took a job with the Federal Express. They said, if you take this job, you have to wear underpants to work. He said, that's okay, I'll wear underpants. I'll wear underpants right just as long as I'm close to those airplanes. Because the airplanes go up into the wide blue yonder, up to where the clouds are puffy, up where the clouds look like zucchini. Have you ever seen a cloud that looks like a big zucchini? Really big oddball zucchini. I want to punch it as a meaty cloud in the nose and see what happens. The people at Federal Express put up the underpants. So he went out to the tarmac and started landing all these planes. He liked that job. He liked helping people, Bob did. He liked helping little old ladies cross the street. He liked helping his neighbor with her random questions. She gave him all the time with random questions like, what is pi equals r squared? And she would just have all these random questions. Everyone, he would not know how. He still wanted to touch the cloud. But he had a little secret that he never told him. The reason he wanted to touch the cloud, he knew that if he could make the cloud disappear, he would have even more magic than he already had. Because he had magic at home in his clothes. All his clothes were alive. And not just because they smelled bad. No, all his clothes could walk. His clothes could talk. He had a suit coat with a British accent. He had all sorts of interesting clothes. He even had a pair of socks that could make cotton candy. These socks were made out of cotton candy. They could make cotton candy. They're just sort of spun the same way. But he didn't want people to know about his living clothes. And then that day, they came to work. They followed him. His shirt came waddling behind him. His pants came striding behind him. His little socks were all balled up and they bounced behind him. And they made the blue suit coat speak to them. In Bob, we do not want to do everything to the end and touching the clouds. When you touch the clouds and dissipate their moisture, all the magic will come out of us and we become nothing but a living piece of laundry. Therefore, Bob, we will thank you for getting into that airplane. Don't get into the airplane. Bob didn't listen to him. He grabbed the first blue thing he could find, a big blue marker. He started drawing a blue spot on the ground. They all said, blue, that's a spot. Remember, we need that. The laundry always thought about the spot. They jumped into the blue circle to get all the spot out of them. And that's when Bob had his chance. He got into an airplane. He had been studying how to fly for a long time. He cranked it up, put the keys in the ignition, and he took off. He rolled down the window. That was very smart thing to do in an airplane. Raised it in, and he rolled down the window so he could get up there and look at the cloud. And there was a big thundercloud. He went right into this thundercloud. It was big. It looked like cotton candy. He kind of reminded him of his socks. And as he got closer to the cloud, he could see something trapped inside the cloud. It was a bagel, a big round bagel with green cheese all over it. It reminded him of that chubby soccer player he'd seen in the sky. Now he saw a big bagel in the sky, and he said, oh, I'm going to take my airplane, go right through the hole, and I'm going to punch that cloud in the nose. And he jumped out the window. He jumped out the window without a parachute. Because Bob would like helping him through, even though he had magic. Bob was a little crazy. But he didn't care. He punched that cloud. He was happy as he plummeted to earth. As he was falling down, probably to his sure demise, as he fell to the ground, he said to himself, I have lived my life. I have done what I've always wanted to do, because Bob wanted to touch a cloud. The end. Now, what I'm going to tell you guys is that before I could any of the writing, I used to do improvisational comedy with a group in New York City. We had a guy named Bruce Lewis in our troupe. We shaped that group in California. I don't know what happened to him. And whenever Robin Williams was in town, he would jump up on stage with us, and we would make up scenes, and stories, and songs just from audience suggestions. And people would say, well, how do you do that? And there's only one rule in improv, and that's to say yes to whatever comes up. So when I was up flying in the clouds, and the first word I pulled out was bagel, I could have stopped and said, no, bagel's not the right word right now. We're not looking at food at this point. And what would be the right word? And that's where writers want to come from. When we stop and we think and we try to make everything perfect the first time through. So the thing that I have learned in all my years of writing is the first draft is just for me. I don't show it to anything. But how many of you guys rewrite every paper you turn into your school? How many of you are telling me the truth right now? Really? I am impressed. I was like in 4th or 5th grade. I had a little composition book. I stood at the top. Into the middle of the page. Oh, I must be halfway done. Let's start wrapping this baby up. Into the bottom of the page, say, I'm done. And I turn it in. I never go back. But now, what I do is I sit down and I write my first draft. I don't edit myself. I just let it flow. I let some of my subconscious percolate up and get into my head. And then I go back and make it better. Because the secret to all writing is rewriting. You guys know Charles Dickens, right? And his most famous book is A Christmas Carol, one with Scrooge and Marley and all that ghosts and stuff in it. Well, where I live in New York City, there is a museum called the Morgan Library, and every year, close to Christmas, they wheel out Charles Dickens' original, handwritten, first draft manuscript of A Christmas Carol, and that's what it looks like right here. You guys see all those black marks all over? Anybody know what's going on there? He was what? He was editing it for you. Too often I go to schools, they say, oh, that's where he missed them. That's where he made a mistake. He was editing. He went through and he said that first sentence up there, oh, I have 2 essays in here. I really only need 1. So he went back and he made it better. And then down here, there's a whole paragraph that says, hey, read this paragraph, and he cuts it out or he moves it somewhere else. So I always look at this and I say, it's good enough for Charles Dickens, it's good enough for me. So how was our first sentence? What was our first sentence? Bob wants to touch a cloud. Was that a good first sentence? No, someone said it. Well, I guess it depends on what we think is a writer's #1 one job. What do you think is the number one job of any writer, whether it's me writing books or you guys writing papers in your turn? Let's see over here. What's our number one job? Yes. Thinking about your story, that's one of the things we do to prepare. But what are we trying to do? Yes. To get a hook is one of the ways we do it. But what's our main job? Our main job, yes. To entertain. I agree. I think our job as writers is to get a reader turning to the page, or to get the reader to keep on reading. Entertainment, we need to do with a hook. We need to know what we're writing about before we get started to do this. But we want to write books and essays to keep our readers and our teachers up late at night with a flashlight reading underneath the covers so they can just see what happens next. We do not want bored readers. Have any of you ever gone to a bookstore and picked up a book and you read like the first sentence? You go, this is boring. You put that book down, you pick up another book and maybe you read 2 sentences. This is even more than the first one. Then you pick up another book and you go, you keep reading and reading. Well, that's what we want to happen with every book we write. This is one of the first page, the first sentence of chapter 1 of one of my books called The Black Art Cricket. I want to read it to you. Zach Jennings did not want to chase a slobbering black dog with glowing red eyeballs up into the Hammond Hill Cemetery 3 nights before Halloween. Does anyone want to read what happened? Why? What's going on in that one sentence? Because I'm here today to reveal all of my tricks. What's going on in that one sentence that makes you want to keep on reading? Yes? Yes, you. I'm entertaining the reader, but how am I doing it? What's this going on? Yes, sir. What's that? Yes, I got my reader going on. What reader say? What's going on? Yes. It's suspense. Do you guys know what suspense is? That means it's like suspenders or suspension bridge. You leave your reader hanging. You don't take your reader where they want to go right away. You sort of force them to go. Something crazy talking about. Anything else happening in this sentence that makes you keep reading? Yes. You guys want to change the start place? Being forced to do something you don't want to do. Good. Yes. What are you saying? It has action going on. Some action. Yes. I left a little cliffhanger, didn't I? That's another reason for suspense. And anyone notice when the story's taking place? Yes. It's in the Hammond Hill Cemetery, and when is it taking place? 3 nights before Halloween. Is a cemetery a pretty spooky place 3 nights before Halloween? Do you think you'd keep reading, would you be surprised some ghosts and goblins and drooling dogs start showing up? No, you want to make a promise to your reader, like stick around, something spooky is about to come. And that's all in one sentence, but your whole goal is to hook your reader in and make it say, I got to see what happens next. I got to see what happens next. Okay, at this point, we need a few volunteers from the audience who are not afraid of making a fool of themselves in public. All right, sir, yes, right there, yes. You, come on up, come on up. And you, young lady, and you, sir, let me get something over here, and you're supposed to be at. Okay, I want you guys, let's do it right over here. Oh, that's just it. What's your name? Maxwell. Maxwell, good to see you. Sorry, sister. Sorry. Taylor, I want you to get over here. You come over here, Charlie. Stand right next to her. And you come over here, stand right next to her. Everybody face this way. Now, earlier, you guys told me there's 2 types of words in every sentence. A noun and a verb. Of those 2, which one do I think is the most important word in any sentence? You have a 50-50 chance of getting this right. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, 50-50 chance of getting it wrong, too. What is a noun? Noun is a person, place, or thing. And what's a verb? Action word. So which one do I think is most important? A noun or the verb? The verb. Let's get a little louder. Yes, the verb, because the verb is an action word. And earlier I told you all writing is an act of mental telepathy. If I pick the right verb, I can make you see exactly what I see in my head. And without changing the noun at all, keep the noun exactly so I'll just change the verb. You guys are going to demonstrate this. I'm going to try to create a sentence, and I want you guys to act it out and just kind of walk over where they're going. Ready? The 4 students walk across the floor. All right, give them a round of applause. Come on back. That was terrific. That was great. All right. Woo, that was excellent. How about, like, see those words up there? Every single word behind you is a verb that means to walk, but to walk in a different way. So I'll paint a completely different picture. For instance, has anyone ever heard the word trudge? What does trudge mean? Yes, in the middle. Yes. March or walk with difficulty, like zombies. It's like you're walking through the shallow end of a swimming pool, or you're walking through quicksand. So I'm going to keep the noun the same. I'm going to change the verb, and I want you guys to act it out. Ready? The 4 students trudged across the floor. Good time. All right. Excellent. Some of the best trudging I ever seen. All right. How about to march? How do you walk if you march? Everybody knows that, right? Very good. Legs up. All right. I'm going to keep the noun exactly the same. They're still basically walking, but I'm going to paint a completely different picture. The 4 students march across the floor. Excellent. Excellent marching. And that's the way you march in North Carolina and keep your arms for all of us. I see the marching page. That's what they do. That's good marching. Okay, now we'll do one more. Another way to walk is to strut. How do you walk if you strut? Yes. Yes, you do. All fancy like you're like really proud, hold your chest up high, you say, look at me, everybody. Okay, so now we're going to do the noun's going to be the same. I'm going to change the verb. 4 students strutted across the floor. I think we found America's next top model right here. Let's sit down, you guys. Thank you very much for a round of applause. All right, yeah, we kept the verb, not the same, we just changed the verb. All right, we're going to think about this. Oh, I always do this quick. Yes. Does anybody here like to hear nice stories about nice people having a nice day? You do? What's your name? You and your I'm sure, yes. Sarah, and what would be the nicest breakfast you could have? Anything you know. What's that? Baking. Okay, I'm going to tell you a nice story about Sarah's nice day, and somewhere there will be me. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful princess named Sarah. And every morning when she woke up, 5 little bluebirds flew out the window so they went, chirp, 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 oh, give me a Sarah, I'm going up Sarah. And she said, oh, thank you, little birdies, what a nice way to wake up every morning. And then she went to her closet, where she got the finest silk gowns in the land, and fluffy honey slippers that were made of actual fluffy honey. And they said, we're going down, no, we don't, what's your name? Sarah! And that's the funny, so what's your name, Sarah? She said, Sarah. They said, let's hop downstairs and down, and went to the breakfast room where her mother said, good morning, Sarah. Did you sleep nicely? She said, yes, Mom. I had the nicest dream. I read all about unicorns and narwhals. And they were playing volleyball with a marshmallow over the window. And her mother said, oh, nice, Sarah. Would you like some breakfast? Oh, yes, Mom. Would you like some bacon? Oh, bacon. The 5,000 people just for you, Sarah. There's a BLT. There's a bacon. I am Lucy. You're so nice. I love you. Anyone bored with this? I am, because nothing happened. Even Walt Disney, the issue of these dying, knows that they are nothing unless they go up against a strong antagonist. Let's face it, little Simba does not deserve to be the Lion King unless he can deal with his Uncle Scar. And let's be honest here, without Captain Hook, Peter Pan is just a guy who likes to wear green tights. So you always need conflict in your story, because in stories, as in real life, how you or your character act under pressure tells me more about who you are than anything you can ever say. So you always have to be looking for conflicts that your characters can get through. All right, I'm gonna play one quick game, and you guys are gonna have a bunch of questions. So we'll play one quick game with you guys, taking everything we've talked about, especially what we said about the first sentences of books. I'm gonna show you 3 sentences. One of them actually is the first sentence in the book I wrote with James Patterson called Treasure Hunters. Is it A, the sea was stormy and full of choppy waves? B, let me tell you about the last time I saw my dad? Or C, once upon a time, there were 4 kids named Kid, and they were all treasure hunters. Who would pick A? Let's start with a little atmosphere. All right. Who would pick B? And who would pick C? All right. The correct answer, the first sentence chosen by James Patterson and myself is B. Why did we pick B? Those of you who picked it, why do you think we picked B? Yes, back there.
Because it was such a random sentence and it had nothing to do with the title.
It's kind of a random sentence, nothing to do with anything. Well, that wasn't the real thought process we went through, but I appreciate that, yes. Exactly. If you want to keep reading, we did that suspense thing we told you about where we leave you hanging. Some kid is narrating a book saying, I lost my father. Let me tell you about the last time I saw my dad. And you're going, what? You've lost your father? What happened? Did he fall off a boat? Did he get eaten by sharks? Did you lose your father at the mall? What happened to your father? So you're forced to keep reading to find out what's going on. The sea being choppy and full of waves, kind of what the sea does every day, so nothing exciting there. And I know the last sentence says once upon a time, and we're all used to stories starting with once upon a time, but come on, it says there's 4 kids named Kid, and they're all treasure hunters. You could tell that by looking at the covers of the book. So the second sentence is the one that builds some suspense. All right, I'm gonna stop talking now, because I know you guys have some questions. So who had a question earlier? Someone had a question, yes. Are the scarier books good for children? I wrote them for children, but you have to like scary stuff. They're scary and funny. They're kind of like a roller coaster ride. You ever been on a roller coaster? Yeah. You're going, this is fun. We're just going up a hill. And you get to the top and go, why did I ever do this? And you're down the bottom. Oh, what's so bad? What's so bad? That's oh, there's another hill. But I kind of write them like that. So it's like scary and funny at the same time. Yes. What was the most fun book to write? That's a very interesting question. I really had a lot of fun writing the book Riley Mack and the Other Known Troublemakers, because that's who I wish I had been when I was in the 7th grade. Like this guy, he's got all these clever schemes and stuff. So that's probably the most fun I ever had writing a book. Yes? Yes, you. Did somebody inspire me? Yes, I had a lot of people who inspired me, actually. Most of them, as I look back, were teachers. Because, you know, a teacher can say something to you like hey, you'll be able to do it. The teacher told you to do it. But a teacher can say something like, you'll make your living as a writer someday, and it has more meaning than if your parents said, oh, you'll be a good writer. It's like, you're my parents, you have to tell me nice things. So I had my great teacher in 7th grade. I wish I could remember her name. Then I had an absolutely brilliant teacher in 9th grade in freshman English, and I've already dedicated, I think, 2 books to him, because he kind of saved my life and put me on the path of like doing plays and writing and stuff, and got me out of going to football, because I hated football, but my father wanted me to be good at football. And Shaq Van Dusen was a coach, and he was also head of the drama club. And I was out there one day trying to play football to make my dad happy. And I was doing that thing with the blocking sled, and the blocking sled was winning. He was knocking me down. And Coach Van Dusen said, Grabenstein, what are you doing out here? We need you inside at play practice. So in front of everybody, he said, it's just as cool to be in plays and write as it is to play football. So he's had 2 books dedicated to him. Yes? Where did I get the name, Mr. Lemoncello? Excellent question. Not just because it's an adult beverage that many teachers enjoy, and not just because Lemoncello's library has a lot of alliteration going on. You guys know alliteration? You take a consonant sound and repeat it. It's like in music and stuff. If you do that, it's really nice. Lemoncello's library flows trippingly off the tongue. But actually, the real reason I did it, when I was writing this book, I made a little list of myself, like, why do we still need public libraries? Because I got a smartphone, I got a little iPhone. If I want to know it, I just punch in there and say, Siri, where's the equator, or whatever, tell me. So why do we need public libraries? So I started thinking of all these things, And one reason we need public libraries is for people newly arrived in this country, immigrants. And to me, that meant a lot because my grandparents were immigrants from Greece. Turkey was burning down their village, and my grandmother was a 17-year-old girl, and she got on a boat with a bunch of refugees and was going to come to America. And the British, I think, were running the boat, and there was a cholera epidemic on the boat. And the British said, "No one is leaving this boat, we're taking you back to Greece." And my grandmother, 17 years old, said, "No way are you taking me back." So late at night, when the cloud blocked the moon, she climbed down an anchor on this big boat, got to the ocean, swam to shore, made her way across Europe, went into Ohio finally, married my grandfather. My mom was the first of her family born in America, and she said when she was a kid, she was going to read every single book in the Canton, Ohio Public Library, because that would make her more of an American. And that's what libraries do. They help people stay in touch with the old country and teach them about their new country. And a long story short, my grandmother, that lady who climbed down the road, her last name was Lemoncello. So Lemoncello is my tribute to my grandmother, who if she had not climbed down an anchor rope in the middle of the night, I would not be standing here being wacky today. Yes. Will I make another book for Lemoncello? I've already made it. I've written a book called Mr. Lemoncello's Library Olympics. Has everybody here read the first book? Okay, so I don't want to write spoiler alerts. So you know that the winners get to appear in Mr. Lemoncello's television commercials at the holidays for Christmas. So I figured kids all over the country, including those in North Carolina, will see those commercials and say, "Who are these kids? How come they got to be in these commercials?" And they say, "Well, they won this big game in a library." And kids will say, "I could have beaten them. I'm pretty good in the library. I could have beaten them." And Mr. Lemoncello gets all these letters, he gets all these emails, and says, "By Kelly, these kids are right." So he hosts the first ever Library Olympics, and teams from all over the country will come to Ohio to compete in 12 games, and whoever wins the most medals will be crowned the true champions of the library. So Kyle and his friends have got to go back to defending their crown. Let me go over here. Yes, sir. Yes,
Which is your favorite book that you've written?
What's my favorite book I've written so far? I've got 3 or 4 favorites. My first favorite is The Crossroads. Is the first book I wrote for people your age. Up that point, I'm writing for adults. And I think you guys are much more fun to write for than I think the better readers than the parents. And then I also love the book I did with James Madison called I Funny. When I first moved to New York City, I wanted to be a stand-up comic. And when you're a writer, one of the cool things about being a writer is you get to become all the characters in your story. And I love Escape from Mr. Lemoncello's Library. I got 17 state book lists and has, I think, 250,000 copies in print now. It's like, woo-wee, so it's been really exciting. And then I love the book that's coming out next year called The Island of Dr. Libris. Yes? Have I ever edited a book? Illustrated, no, because when I was back in 5th grade learning how to write, there were other kids who found out their talent was drawing and illustrating stuff. So I'm very lucky I got this guy, Gilbert Ford, who does the cover for Mr. Lemoncello's Library, and he is just like a genius. And he has his own illustrated book about Ferris wheel that just came out. So it's really kind of cool. Let's see, yes. Have I ever based a book off a true life experience? Almost every book I've written has some part of my life in it. Kyle Keeley has 2 older brothers because I had 2 older brothers. And one of my older brothers was a genius, just like Curtis. And in the Crossroads, I wrote this book. And when I was like in 7th grade, I had a bully who used to pick on me. His name was Bobby Needham. And he would grab me when I was walking home and drag me and throw me in the woods and say, "We're going to build a railroad." I said, "Yes. First we got to crush the rocks. Now we got to plow the dirt. Now we can put in the spikes." So when I was writing the Crossroads, I said, "I'm going to put a bully in this book. And his name's going to be Bobby Needham." It's been 30 years, but I'm finally going to get back to this bully who picked on me when I was a kid, and everyone's going to know that Bobby Younger, who's now some like fancy doctor in Chattanooga, Tennessee, is really nothing but a big bully. And the way that we're going to show that he's a big baby is that my hero is actually going to pull down his pants and reveal that Bobby Younger, even though he's 15 years old, wears big boy diapers, because Bobby Younger poops in his pants. So I'm having the best fun of my life. I'm finally going to get back in this theater with tormented me 40 years earlier. I'm right going to boom. I'm going to ruin this night. And my mother called up and she said, Chris, guess what? I just talked to Mrs. Younger. Remember her? Lived down the street as those boys, Tommy and Bobby. She reads all your books, reads them 2 or 3 times. So I had to call up Brandon off real quick. He said, you know that character, Bobby Younger, changed his name to Kyle Snurks. So if you guys ever read The Crossroads, you come across a character named Kyle Snurks, you'll know his real name is? My job here is done. Thank you guys. It's been a lot of fun being here today, and thank you.
Just an announcement, we have a couple winners here with us today of the game creation for Squirrel Squad 2. Forgot to announce it from the last row, but at least we're here today in this session with the winners. We have North Elementary and Noble, and they came in first place. I also like to thank all of you that participated in the game creation. It was a tough decision for the judges. That's why we had a tie. So join us tomorrow over at Patterson Farms. We're praying that it's not going to rain or it's going to be cold, but this will have fun. Chris will be there tomorrow, and the coordinates and the fun run tomorrow night with the colors. So you can grab your parents out to Patterson Farms. Come and join us. All right, if you want to leave from the back, everyone except Nolan and North.
So we're back at 12:45. All right. Well, you've heard some great, interesting background story on Chris Grabenstein. I liked his ideas that he's presented for our students, and I know that there are a lot of our students.
You have books in your class, subject inside, and us are all that. The media center, you go straight up the rail, you go to the media center on the right, and I'll get you up there.
It's good to see you.
I'm going to be an e-bob.
Sweet. Nice job.
You know the Spirit Animals book?
Yes, I do.
I'm on book 6.
Awesome.
And they haven't even come out with it yet.
Oh, that is, so you're waiting for book 6. You want to say hello to the fans? Rowan Salisbury Schools?
Hey!
What did you want to say about Spirit Animals?
Spirit Animals is an awesome book. You should read it.
All right.
Except for book 6 and book 7, and the rest of them aren't out yet.
All right.
So read slowly.
All right, have a good one. Bye, sweetheart. All right, so as I was saying, we're taking a break until about 12:45, where we will broadcast our last talk with Chris Grabenstein and have a great lunch break.
Well, we're getting a lesson of you.
All right, so do we stop the broadcast? Okay. And we're still broadcasting.
That was great.
So is that going out now?
It is. I'm afraid to stop the broadcast because of technology. So I just. Oh, because people put them on the bottom of their chairs. Yeah. Oh, yes. Can you write a story about that? Rowan Salisbury School District students. It is about 12:35. We are about 10 minutes out from our last author talk with Chris Grabenstein. Right now with us we have, let me see, who do we have? We have West Rowan Middle School, and we have Courier Light Middle School with us today. And it's a rather small audience for this last author visit, but that might enable us to have more questions. So I'm going to see if I can turn on the chat feature for anybody that's watching, and perhaps you can write a question for Chris Grabenstein, and see if well, we'll try. Okay, stay with us. We'll be back momentarily.
One word on each of these cards, and don't think about it too long. Don't show it to me. Right, the first thing that pops into your head could be your favorite food, your favorite animal, your favorite whatever. All right, here's one. Don't show me the word. Right, okay, because my eyesight's not as good as it used to be. All right, there we go. FDNY, gotta do it, gotta do it. Cheat day would never forgive me. I did not do FDNY. And how about you? And I need one more. Okay, don't think too long. Right, first thing that pops into your head. These are right there. Good. Don't show me the card. Notice how my hands never leave my arm.
Turn it upside down so you can see it.
Yeah, but he can have
Thank
it.
you. Nothing bad. My mother counts the pens every night. All right, here we go. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'll make sure that all face the same way. Here we go. Thank you. Thank you. That's good. You guys do fast. Sometimes the kids think too long.
Wow.
One more groupie.
Everybody, all good.
We are waiting on Southeastern so
They're here, they're parking.
All right, you heard the boss. We're waiting on Southeast Middle School to arrive, and then we will get started with our last broadcast with Chris Grabenstein.
You got it? Could we call?
Pay close attention. All of this will be on the final.
Hold your book present for a long time. Oh wow, it's working out there. We'll do it afterwards because now this is here. This way you can be able to come down to the front. Bring it down to the front. I don't know what side, either side, either side. Now you go over to that side.
Is this your water?
Maybe it might be his. I don't know.
Yeah, he's got several up bigger.
Okay.
Okay, well, you guys, as you guys know, you're here because you work and you created games that went along with Rowan Salisbury. And we're so happy to have you here to meet you and we're satisfied. So let's give you a hand.
Thank you. It's nice to see you. I had a lot of fun so far. I saw some Squirrel Squad 2 games just over lunchtime. And Nickelodeon might make a movie out of Escape from Mr. Lemoncello's library. So they do have that good games. Look at your guys' Squirrel Squad. Now, are any in the 8th grade? 7th grade. Well, behind me is a picture from when I was just a little older than you, when I was in the 8th grade. This is my 8th grade yearbook pictures. Anyone figured out which one of those kids up there I was when I was in 8th grade? In Signal Mountain, Tennessee is where I grew up. Yes. Which one? Yes. Yes, you. What's that? The one that signed? No, that was the only friend I had in the 8th grade. Not kidding. I don't know why he's the only one signed. I'm so sad in the 8th grade. Yes. First picture in the second row, that's a girl. Yes, things were strange in 1968 when I was in 8th grade. We had some very interesting hairdos. Oh, wait a minute, on this side. Oh, over here, the guy's got a bald with a plaid shirt. Yeah, that wasn't me. I didn't start going bald until about 2 or 3 years ago. Yes. Yes. Nope, that's not me. Plaid shirt is not me. My receding hairline didn't start until a few years ago. Yes. No, that was a friend of mine from Boy Scouts, but that wasn't me. There's one more. Yes, sir. 4th row, going from the top to the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4. From the top, the kind of chubby guy. Well, that was a Stravinsky, yeah? No, that wasn't me. 1 more. Yeah. The afro. Who's got an afro? Well, that's the guy he just picked, Stravinsky. We all had hair back then. Like by 9th grade, my hair was down to here. We were all like wearing hair. It was fun. Yes. Second from the 3rd from the bottom. Oh, I think you might be right. I think that guy there, that's me. Can you tell my mother cut my hair when I was in the 8th grade? Yep, that was me when I was in the 8th grade. And one of the reasons, I just found this the other day. I found my old 8th grade notebook. We used to write all of our essays and stuff in a notebook. You guys still do that? Keep the notebook all year long. Well, we did that, and that teacher asked us to write about what we wanted to be when we grew up, if we ever did grow up. And it said, but now my mind wanders to a new thought. To be a comedian or a writer is my quest. If this flops, I would be content to be a millionaire and run Grabenstein's department stores if I could ever fit the name on a sign. I got a B+. I think I deserve a little better than that, don't you? Yeah. And look at the name material up there. So that's essentially, I realized that I'm now like living my 8th grade dream, writing books, and the books I've written for people of all ages started with a group of scary stories called the Haunted Mysteries. Started with a book called The Crossroads. These are all about avoiding Zach Jennings who can see ghosts. And then the second book was called The Hanging Hill. It takes place in a haunted theater. Because growing up, I had plays and stuff all the time. And every theater I was ever in was always haunted by some kind of ghosts. And the third book, The Smoky Corridor, takes place in a school. Zach knows the school, and there is a zombie in the basement of the school. And the Black Heart Crypt is very appropriate for today because it takes place on Halloween. I figured if you were a kid who could see ghosts, Halloween would be the worst night of your life. You guys know that on Halloween, anyone who passed away in the last year can rise up out of the grave and go take care of unfinished business. You knew that, didn't you? I would be on the lookout this evening. And then I also wrote a play for some friends of mine over in Knoxville, Tennessee, on the children's theater there. And it's called Curiosity Cat. Someone here in North Carolina did a production of Curiosity Cat. I remember that. Then I did another series called Brian Beck and the Other Known Troublemakers. It's kind of like Mission Impossible for 7th graders. And then I did a book with a guy named James Patterson. Anyone ever heard of him? Yes, he's in the Guinness Book of World Records for having more New York Times #1 bestsellers than anybody. So I did a book with him called I Funny. Anyone here read I Funny? Because his first book with my name on the cover, making it all the way to #1 on the New York Times bestseller list. And we did another book called I Even Funnier. And then I wrote a thing on my own called Escape from Mr. Lemoncello's Library. Thank you very much. And it's been really cool. It's on 17 or 18, I've lost count now, state book lists, and it's been really cool. It might be a movie with Nickelodeon. It's been a lot of fun. And it's the first book with just my name on the title to become a New York Times bestseller. And it'll be 20 weeks this Sunday that's been on the bestseller list. And then I did another book with James Patterson called Treasure Hunters. And then we did a sequel called Treasure Hunters, Danger Down the Nile. And then we got another book coming out in a couple weeks right before Thanksgiving called Robots, House of Robots, and then there'll be a third book in the I Funny series called I Totally Funniest. And before I wrote any books, I used to write for the Muppets. You guys like the Muppets? Yay! I'm glad they're making a comeback. And I also wrote a movie that was on CBS television called The Christmas Gift, and starring John Denver. It was originally on television in 1986, but it's still on every year. I know this because my mother calls up and tells me, she says, Chris, it's going to be on the Hallmark Channel, 3 o'clock in the morning. And what's really cool is every time, if you write a movie, every time they show it on television, they got to pay you some money. Guess how much money I made off that movie this year? How much? $1 million? A little less than $1 million. 500,000? A little less than 500,000. 150,000, a little less than that. 1,000, a little less than 1,000. $850, a little less than 800. What? What? $3. You would insult me and tell me I only made $3. When you know full well that my partner and I split $38.44. I made $19 off the movie. Because what happens is the more the movie's been on, the older it is, and the smaller the network is, they pay you less and less and less. But we always had to go out and buy a Frappuccino whenever the check comes in. And then I went off and I wrote television commercials for like 20 years. I wrote commercials for 7-Up and Dr. Pepper and Kentucky Fried Chicken and Burger King. And actually, that's why I met James Patterson. He was my first boss in advertising. So I did some math the other day, and I realized that this December 5th, I will have been made my living as a writer for 30 years. I've been making my living since 1984. So I've been playing this writer's game for a long time. If you ask me, the writing game is just as much fun as any of the crazy Lemoncello games. So I thought today I'd share some of what I know about writing, and then maybe together we could make up a story. Does that sound like fun? All right, we'll do that. Okay, good. Enthusiasm up there. All right, now the first thing you need if you want to write a story, of course, are words, because everything an author or a writer does starts with words. That's why I asked some of you to write down words on little note cards. Who wrote down words for me? I've got your words in my back pocket. I have not seen these words, but I'm happy to know they're there because as an author, I never know when I'm going to meet some words. I've got those. The next thing I need, if I want to write a story, is an idea. And I go to like 30 or 40 schools a year, and the number one question kids are always asking me is, where do you come up with your ideas? How do you get your ideas? And usually, I see something in my everyday life that's a little bit out of the ordinary, a little bit out of whack, because nobody wants to read stories about ordinary people during an ordinary day doing ordinary things. So I'm always keeping my eyes open. For instance, one day I got the idea for the crossroads. Guess where I got that idea? I'm asking, guess where I got the idea? I was out running one morning. I go running most mornings. I was in western Massachusetts, up in the Berkshire Mountains. And I went running down this road, and I came to a tree, and the tree had this rusty bucket nailed to it. And inside that bucket was a whole clump of plastic flowers that had been out there and in the sun so long that all the color had been bleached out of their petals. There was also a white wooden cross nailed to that tree. Have you guys ever seen a memorial like that by the side of the road? Anybody know why they're usually there? Why are they usually there? Because somebody died right there. So I'm running down the road, and I go by a tree where somebody died. And I said to myself, what if the person who died right here doesn't like the fact that I'm running past the spot where he or she died? What if this person comes out of the tree and starts chasing me down the road and says, die, sucker, die. So I ran really fast that day. I went back to the hotel we were staying in, and I wrote down, what if there was a tree that was haunted by the ghost of the person who crashed into it and died. And then that tree was on a farm. And then they bulldozed down the farm. And then they put up a housing development. And then a boy with a really big imagination moved into one of those houses. And then that tree was in his backyard. And then creepy stuff started happening around that tree. And then the tree started tapping out his window. And then lightning hit the tree. And then the tree split open. And then the idea, she dies. Because all you do to tell a story is you say, what if, in a really big, what if, and then you say, and then, and then, and then. It's awful a lot like when you take a rock, you got a real still pond, and you drop your rock into that pond, that single rock will send out all these ripples. And that's what you do with the story. With a big what if, and all the and then. It's like when you were in kindergarten, this is when I was in kindergarten, and I come home, and my parents say, today, did you have it at school today? I say, well, Joey and Johnny, and then Johnny started crying, and then the teacher called the principal, and then the principal came boo, and then Susie took a booger out of her nose, and then she flung it across the room, and then it hit the principal in the arm, and then the principal started crying. So it's like, and then you know what? And then you know what? And then you know what? Go back to that kind of kindergarten kid inside all of us and tell your story that way, and it'll keep coming. So, but sometimes my ordinary life does not present me with things that are out of the ordinary. It's just like an ordinary dull day. But other times I see things like for Mr. Lemoncello's library. I went to the school in Brooklyn, New York, and it's BS10. It looks like every school in Brooklyn, New York made out of the same bricks. Probably made in 1934 or something, 3 stories tall. So there's nothing ordinary here, there's nothing extraordinary. Then I went upstairs, and they had this incredible, brand new library with solid oak bookcases that were filled with books, murals all over the walls, famous quotation marks inscribed, lots of great lighting fixtures, lots of books. And I said to that lady right there, the librarian, I said, how'd you guys get this great library? And she said, a very generous millionaire donated it to us. So that day on the subway ride home, I wrote down, what if a very generous and somewhat loony bazillionaire donated the library to the town where he grew up? And then he was a big game maker. And then the town hasn't had a library in 12 years. And then 12-year-olds are the first ones invited in. And I said, and then, for 2 years, it took 2 years to write, escaped from Mr. Lemoncello's library because I rewrote 50% of the book 8 different times. But sometimes life doesn't show me anything, and when that happens, I go to the internet and I look for pictures like this one right here. You guys see what's going on there? There's a man wearing nothing but purple underpants with the word FedEx emblazoned on his butt. He's got a flag of Canada over his shoulder, and he's got those orange flashlights they use to park airplanes at the airport. Is this something you see every day? Yeah. Who said yes? That's your father, I understand. I guess I am a pair of pants for Father's Day. Just a suggestion. Yes, there's only one kid here who sees it every day because his dad, you know. But the rest of you, it's not something you see every day. So that's a good what if. What if there was a guy who went to work wearing nothing but underpants, a safety patrol harness, and the flag of Canada? So we've got our what if. Now, if you guys give me some story elements, I think we can make up a story about this guy. Oh, by the way, I write fiction. Does anyone here know what fiction is? What's fiction? Over here, the big squad. Yes. Fiction is a book that's not real. It's totally made up. It's totally fabricated. It's telling lies for fun and profit. So when I ask you guys a question, you can tell me anything you want. There is no right or wrong answer. Okay, the first thing we need to do is figure out who our protagonist is. Does anyone know what the word protagonist means? Who knows what the word? Guess what's protagonist? The main character. What grade are you in? Ooh-wee. Move on up. That's good. Not many kids know that. Protagonist is usually the hero, a good guy, but it really means the main character. He's the one the story's going to be all about. So our story's going to be about this good guy in his underpants. So I need to know, who is he? What do we know about him? Yes. What's his name? Who's Harry Styles? I have no idea. I need a fictional character, so just give me a first name only. Yes. He's a real character. I need just a first name. Let's make our own character. I don't want a real person. I want to make up our own character. We're writing fiction. Yes. Mitzi. His name is Mitzi. All right. His name is Mitzi. Now, what can you tell me about Mr. Mitzi that makes him so heroic? What sort of qualities does he have that everyone looks up to and admires? Yes, sir. He fights crime in his underwear? Okay. He fights crime in his underwear. He fights crime in his underwear. All right. I'm going to call him Mr. Mitzi because he is a man. Now, hello. I have an assistant all of a sudden. Okay. All right. Now, the most important question you have to ask yourself when you are writing a story is, what does my main character want more than anything in the world? Like when I wrote Escape from Mr. Lemoncello's library, I knew that Kyle Keeley wanted to win more than anything in the world. So what does Mr. Mitzi want more than anything in the world? We saw a new character. That's a little too obvious, too easy. Let's go over here. Yes. I mean, what is his desire? Some people want love, some people want money, some people want adventure. What does Mr. Mitzi want more than anything in the world? Yes. A chocolate cherry. A chocolate cherry cookie. Oh, it's been my life's ambition as well. All right. Yeah. Next little story element I need is, where does our story take place now? I can tell it takes place at an airport. But my favorite author is a guy named Stephen King, and he wrote a book called On Writing, and in that book, it's my own treatise on how to write. On Writing, he says that all writing is an act of mental telepathy, where I see something in my head, and I put some words down on a piece of paper, and you see exactly what I saw in my head. And the way to make that mental telepathy magic happen is to be very specific. So what can you tell me some details about this airport? Yes, in the middle. Yes, you. It's in Africa. All right, Mr. Mitzi. It's in Africa. All right. I'm getting a picture now of the story. We've got our protagonist. We know what he wants. That chocolate chip cookie. We know it's going to take place in an airport in Africa. But there's a second character in every story called the antagonist. What is an antagonist?
Forcing conflict with the main character.
Come here to the microphone and say that.
Forcing conflict with the main character.
Ooh, great sister. So we just give this guy a high school diploma? I have never had such an intelligent answer. I feel like I've done this like 200 times. The antagonist is, of course, in opposition to the protagonist. The antagonist's job in a story is to antagonize the protagonist. You guys know what the word antagonize means? What does it mean? I know it means because my brother, I would look at my brothers and go, my mother would say, Chris, quit antagonizing your little brothers. What did she mean by that? Not to annoy, pester, and cause trouble, and force an opposition that this young scholar over here told me about. So the antagonist's job in a story is to antagonize the protagonist. So who's going to show up in our story and try to stop Mr. Mitzi from achieving his dream of being his chocolate chip cookie? I haven't been down here. Who's going to, yes. Mr. Cheeseball. Mr. Cheeseball. And Mr. Cheeseball. I love that guy. But why? Why does Mr. Cheeseball want to stop Mr. Mitzi from achieving his dream? Because when you're writing a story, a very important thing to remember is the villain of your story is the hero of their own personal story. They never think they're doing anything wrong. So what's up with Mr. Cheeseball? Let me go in the back there, the girl with glasses. Yes. Why does Mr. Cheeseball want to stop Mr. Mitzi from achieving his chocolate chip dream? They were business partners. They were business partners. Scientists. Business partners. Science. And accident, lab accident, made him into a cheeseball. Oh, that would make me mad. All right, Mr. Cheeseball. Very good. Excellent. You guys are terrific. All right. That's all the story elements I need. But just to make this a little more interesting for me, I want 2 sentences. But before you give me your sentences, who can tell me what 2 types of words must be in each and every sentence for it to qualify as a full and complete sentence? Yes, sir. Yes. A subject and a verb. A noun, a verb, or a subject and a verb. What is this noun? Do you know what a noun is? Yes. Person, place, a name, a country, or a thing. And what is a verb? Yes. Used to. What's a verb? What's a verb? Is it an actual word? Yes, that's good. Ooh, it just came here in the last minute. Ooh, safe by the bell. All right, so I need 2 sentences, and they don't have to do anything at all with anything done so far. They can be as random as you like. All of the things is that you keep them kind of short, like no more than 5 or 6 words. And make sure that they have a noun and a verb, because I'm not in the mood for fragments. All right, who's going to set this for me? Yes, sir. Fred jumped over the fence. All right. Fred jumped over the fence. Excellent. We got a noun, we got a verb, we got like 5 words. Perfect. Now I need another sentence equally as short. Down here in the maroon. My cat flew up. My cat flew up Japan. All right. Good. Here we go. My cat flew up Japan. Excellent. That's very good. All right. All right. I'm going to tell you guys a story. We're going to sip of coffee first. This story is all going to be about a guy named Mr. Mitzi who fights crime in his underpants. And all he wants out of life is a chocolate chip cookie. At some point, it's going to take place in Africa, and at some point, Mr. Cheeseball is going to show up and seek his revenge because years ago, Mr. Mitzi turned this guy, their business partners, as an accident in the lab, and he turned into a cheeseball. So, when I tell you this story, the first sentence of my story is going to be, Fred jumped over the fence. And the very last sentence of my story is going to be, my cat blew up Japan. So the next time I say, my cat blew up Japan, what are you going to do? Can you give me a round of applause? I learned that with the third graders. Thank you very much. Round of applause. Okay. Now, there is a slight chance, but I've already made up 2 stories today, so my brain is like, it's a half round. So there is a chance that when I'm telling you this story, I might encounter writer's block. Anybody know what writer's block is? What is writer's block? Think people have never had writer's block? Yes, what is writer's block? Yes, you. Writer's block. Think about it. Over here. Anybody can tell me what writer's block is? Yes. You can't think of anything like that. Young man just had answerer's block over there. You need writer's block. You can't think of anything. The blank page is staring at you saying, write something, write something. Or the little cursor on your computer saying, I ain't got to I'm frozen. I can't talk another thing. Well, that happens to me, even though I'm a trained professional. This might happen. If I can't think of what to say next, I'm going to reach into my pocket and pull out one of these words. And whatever that word is, it has to be the next word in my story. You have some good words back here? I think I'm in trouble. They're smiling too much. Okay, here comes our story. Fred jumped over the fence. It was a high chain link fence with concertina wire on the top, because it was the fence outside the lab where Fred, his best friend since forever, Mr. Mitzi, were working on a secret science experiment. When Fred jumped over that fence, he landed and bounced and bounced and bounced because he had drunk the serum. The serum that was made out of cookies. And when he got all those crushed cookies into his system, they were these gross, disgusting cheddar cheese cookies that only aunts and grandmothers ever eat. But his friend, Mr. Mitzi, made him eat these disgusting cheddar cheese cookies. Who makes cookies out of cheddar cheese? As he went crazy, he laughed and laughed because the cookies, combined with a little radiation, had turned him into a cheese ball. And he bounced, and he bounced, and he bounced off. Now, Mr. Mitzi was feeling terrible about that because he had been his best friend. And when the lab sort of burned down, he had no clothes left except his favorite pair of FedEx underpants and a Canadian flag. And so he said, I can't keep being a scientist. I've got to go find a new job where I make food. Maybe I could go get a job at McDonald's or Burger King. That's much better than being a scientist, and I bet it pays as well, too. So he went down to McDonald's, and he realized he wouldn't get much money there. He said, I want to buy some chocolate chip cookies. Can I just have that little box of Ronald McDonald chocolate chip cookies? He said, no, get out of here. That's when Mr. Mitzi put himself in a Federal Express box because the underpants told him to, and shipped himself to Africa. And when he landed in Nairobi, people saw him walking around with his FedEx underpants, and they gave him a couple pairs of orange flashlights and said, here, you work for us now. Get out there and park those airplanes. So Mr. Mitzi went out there. I like helping people. I would like to fight crime someday, and with the flag and the underpants, I sort of look like a superhero. I would give anything for a chocolate chip cookie. I would give up my pizza for a chocolate chip cookie. And there isn't much pizza here in Africa. I have the only pizza in Africa. It's a frozen pizza, and it gets pretty hot here in Africa, and things are gonna melt. But he got a job, he was landing airplanes. And this one airplane came in on the 3rd or 4th day he was in. And it was a strange looking airplane. For one thing, it was shaped like a money dance. It started doing this money dance across the sky. It was like corkscrewing. He said, that's the money dance. Ka-ching, ka-ching, here comes the money. Show me the money. He started dancing with his flashlight, and the plane landed. And the money dance airplane had a very strange pilot behind the wheel. A big orange ball. It was Mr. Cheese Ball. And he rolled down the cargo ramp and he said, hello, Mr. Mickey. Remember me? You turned me into a cheese ball. That was many years ago, but ever since I swore by revenge. I have followed you all over the world and followed you here to Africa. And now that you're here, it's time that you pay. I'm going to make you eat some pizza. He said, I already have pizza. I've got the only frozen pizza in Africa. And Mr. Cheeseball said, eat it, eat it. And so he ate the pizza. He started saying, I don't want to help people anymore. All I want to do is get a little cat and stay home, and I'll call it chocolate chip cookie. I'll have a chocolate chip cookie. And then man, I tell you, he started going crazy because that pizza had been in the African sun for 16 weeks. And there was all sorts of bacteria and all sorts of germs all over it. And it got to his brain. And I don't know if this is true or not, but I hear that Mr. Mitzi moved to Japan and took his little cat chocolate chip with him. And there was another accident in another lab. And that's when he told everybody, my cat blew up Japan. There you go. How wild, that's a pretty good Halloween that office going on. However, I tell you guys, before I get any of that writing I was telling you about, I used to do something called improvisational comedy in Greenwich Village in a little theater. We used to come in front of audiences and we would make up scenes and songs just from their suggestions. If you've ever seen the line show, Whose Line Is It Anyway? That's what they do. And a guy named Bruce Willis was in my troupe. He shaved his head, moved to California. We don't know what happened to him. And then the late Robin Williams, whenever he was in New York City doing like a movie or something, well, he loved doing improv. And he would find out where we were and jump up on stage with us. And we'd all make up scenes and stories, and we had a class. And people said, how'd you do that? How'd you make up a story? And there's only one rule. And that rule is you say yes to whatever comes up. You say yes and you build on it. Like when I pulled out that word pizza for a second time, I could have stopped, right? And said, no, I already have the word pizza. I don't want to use the word pizza again. That would be boring. And that's where writer's block comes from. Where we stop and we think and we try to say, it's not the perfect word right now. What would be the perfect word? So when I write, I do a little improv in my head. I know who my characters are. I know what they want. I put them in a situation, and I just see what happens. I start writing, and I start writing. But that's because I know that the first draft of everything I write is just for me. I don't show it to anybody. If you want to be a writer, you have to give yourself permission to write a terrible first draft. You just sit down and get things down on paper. You don't edit yourself, you let it flow, and then you go back and make it better. How many of you guys rewrite every paper you turn in at school? And how many of you are telling me the truth right now? You rewrite? Wow, you're like 20 years ahead of me. I didn't learn to rewrite until much later when I was in college and doing journalism and stuff. I would just start at the top of the page, get to the middle. Ooh, FAQ, this is feeling good. Get down to the bottom. Ooh, the paper's all filled. I must be done. But I've since learned that the secret to all writing is rewriting. You go back and make it better. You guys know Charles Dickens, right? You've probably heard his book, A Christmas Carol, The Christmas Carol. Well, in New York City, where I live, there's a place called the Morgan Library that owns Charles Dickens' original, handwritten, first draft manuscript of A Christmas Carol, and that's what it looks like right there. I took a picture of it when I went in there. You see all those black marks all over it? Anybody know what's going on there? What's going on here? He's scribbling it out and rewriting it. He's editing. He's going back and making it better. Too often I go to schools and they go, oh, that's where he messed up. That's where he made a mistake. When you go back and edit, it doesn't mean you made a mistake. It means like you say, oh, there's 2 adjectives in that sentence. I really only need 1. Which one's the better one? I'll get rid of the other ones. So all writing is rewriting. How is our first sentence? Fred jumped over the fence. Is that a good first sentence? Well, it's kind of hard to tell unless we can agree on what is the #1 job of any writer. What do you think is the #1 job of any writer? Yes, sir. To write good or to write well. But that's not what I think is the #1 job of any writer. What do you think is the #1 job of any writer? Yes, sir. Well, that's how I do it to get things going. But what's my job? What am I trying to accomplish? Yes. Exactly. You hear what you said? Getting the reader to turn to the page. Oh, it's already up there. Did I push the button? Oh, I'm such a bad teacher. I'm such a bad teacher. Yes, get over here. I wondered why you said exactly what was written on my desk. Yes, getting the reader to turn to the page. I just got a great email last night about some kid who got in trouble because he stayed up all night reading Escape from Mr. Lemoncello's library, actually under the covers with a flashlight. And that's what we all want readers to do. We do not want word readers. All right, here is the first sentence of one of my books called The Black Heart Crypt. And this is chapter 1, page 1. Zep Jennings did not want to chase a slobbering black dog with glowing red eyeballs up into the Haddon Hill Cemetery 3 nights before Halloween. Does anybody want to read what happens next? How about you? Do you want to hear what happens next? I'm not going to stay right here. You don't want to hear what happens next? You do? Who wants to hear what happens next? Why? I'm here to reveal all my secrets to you guys today. Why do you want to hear what happens next? Yes. Yes. It's interesting, but what do I do to make it interesting? Because I really want to expose all my writer secrets so you guys can use them in your work. Yes. I used some descriptive words. Yes, I did. Yes. Ah, you hear what he said? I built suspense. You guys know what suspense is? Comes from the same word as suspenders or suspension bridges. You leave people hanging. You don't take them where they want to go right away. So that's one thing I did. What else is going on in that first sentence? Anyone notice where it's taking place? Yes, what are you going to say? Exactly, 3 nights before Halloween, especially in a cemetery, that's like a promise that something spooky is going to happen, right? So you want to open up your story with some kind of hook that makes people go, what's going on here? Why is this guy chasing this crazy dog? And he's going into a cemetery, and it's Halloween, something spooky might happen. So you have to almost make a little promise to your reader. Okay, I need a few volunteers who are not afraid of making a fool of themselves in public. All right, hold on the back, over here. And the young lady in the glasses, come on up. Let's see. You. And Maroon. Yes, you come over here. All right. I'll stand there, and you stand, everybody face this way. Stand next to each other. There we go. You get next to them. That's what we have. What's your name? Michael. Love the hair. Audrey. Hunter. Jude. Hunter. Okay, so get the line of those guys. They stand right shoulder to shoulder. Face this way. Now, earlier in our discussion, you guys told me that every sentence, to be a complete sentence, has to have a noun and a verb. Of those two, the noun or the verb, which one do I think is the most important word in any sentence? The noun or the verb? Which one? Got a 50-50 chance. The verb! Like you said, counts first, it would have been wrong. Verb is correct. What is the verb again? Someone remind me? Yes. Action word, and a noun is a person, place, or thing. And remember, I said that all writing is mental telepathy. If I pick the right verb, I can make you guys see exactly. I saw you back there. Like this hair is everywhere. This kind of pink hair. Okay. I thought he was up here. Went to the twilight zone there just for a moment, buddy. Okay. So with the right verb, I can make you see exactly what I see. I will now demonstrate. All right. You guys are going to get a straight line here. All right. I'm going to write a sentence, and you guys are going to act it out. You're going to walk. The 4 students walked across the floor. Give a round of applause or take a straight on the walk. Okay, go back here. And I want to let's get the door over here. And you stand right next to him. There you go. You stand next to her. There, now we're doing it. Okay. You see all those words up there? Every single one of those words means to walk, but to walk in a different way. So if I change my verb without changing the noun, I can completely change the picture you're going to see. For instance, how do you walk if you trudge? Does anyone ever use the word trudge? Well, that's just like a zombie. What are we going to say back there? That's more like trump, but trudge is more, what are we going to say? It's kind of sluggish, you can't move very good. It's almost like you're walking through mud. If you want to make some zombie noises since it is Halloween, you can do that. All right, well, 4 students trudged across the floor. All right, extra bonus points for the voting of the old man. All right, another way you can walk is to march, because marching is just a kind of walk, but it's very different. I'm not do that, right? Militaristically. So I'm not going to change the noun, I will change the verb, and you'll have a completely different picture. The 4 students marched across the floor. Good, North Carolina's got some good troublemakers coming. All right, how about we're going to do one more. How do you walk if you strut? Yes. You act like you're cool, what are we going to say? What are we going to say? How do you walk if you strut? Yes. You're right. Like you're a model, all right? It's like you hold your chest up high. Say, look at me, everybody. I am special. Okay, ready? Same noun. I'm just going to change one little word. We'll change the verb. We'll have a completely different picture. The 4 students strutted across the floor. Wow, I think we just found America's next top models, all 4 of them. All right, thank you. Now, what is that sentence I read from my book, The Black Heart Script? I said, Zach Jennings did not want to strut up the highway after he's gone. Would you have a completely different picture? If you walk like that. So the verb is the most important word in every sentence. If you pick the right verb, you will never, ever have to use adverbs again. Because ly words describe verb, and if you pick the right verb, you don't need to say he walked militaristically. You can simply say he marched. All right, this part on our heroes. Oh, yeah. I want to ask a question before we go to that picture. Let me go back right there. Does anybody here like to read nice stories about nice people having a nice day? Yes, in the back, what's your name again? What's that? Michael. And what's your favorite thing to have for breakfast, Michael? You can have anything in the world. What would be the nicest breakfast for Michael? Cheerios. And bacon. Something I know what's some bacon. Okay. I'm going to tell you a story about Michael's nice day, and somewhere there will be Cheerios. Once upon a time, in the land of pink and crimson, there was a handsome young prince named Michael. Every morning when he woke up, 5 little cardinals would appear on his windowsill and say, "Wake up, Michael, wake up, chirp, chirp, chirp. Thank you, little birdies. What a nice way to wake up every morning. Much nicer than annoying alarm clock." And then he would go downstairs to where his mother, who was the queen, awaited. And she said, "Good morning, Michael. Did you sleep nicely?" "Oh, yes, Mommy. I had the nicest dreams. It was all about unicorns and narwhals, and they were floating around in the Arctic Ocean together and eating rainbow-colored marshmallows. It was wonderful. And his mother said, well, Michael, would you like some breakfast? And he said, oh, yes, some breakfast would be nice. Would you like some Cheerios? Oh, yes, Cheerios would be nice. Would you like some bacon pizza Cheerios? Oh, bacon is always nice on anything. I would brush my teeth with bacon, it's so nice. Anyone bored with this story? I am up with you, pal, because there's nothing happening. Even Walt Disney, who gives you all these little princesses and Lion King, know that they are nothing unless they have that opposing force we heard about earlier going up against them. That's why Simba has to go up against his Uncle Scar to prove that he deserves to be the Lion King. And it's why, really, without Captain Hook, let's face it, Peter Pan is just a guy who likes to wear green tights. So you always need conflict in your story, because conflict in a story, as well as real life, tells me more about your character than anything you've ever said. All right, play one quick game and you guys can ask me some questions. One of these sentences I'm about to show you is the first sentence in the book I did with James Patterson called Treasure Hunter. So taking everything we talked about, especially what we talked about the first sentences, which one is it? A, the sea was stormy and full of choppy waves. B, let me tell you about the last time I saw my dad. Or C, once upon a time there were 4 kids named Kid, and they were all treasure hunters. Who would pick A? And who would pick B? And who would pick C? The correct answer, the first sentence chosen by James Patterson is B. Why did we pick B? Why did we pick B? Yes, in the back, why did we pick B? That's the funniest one? Okay, that's pretty good. What are we going to say? Okay, what are we going to say? Exactly. In other words, you need a little suspense. You can't tell the whole story right away. You got to let everybody talk about it. You got to give them a hook to pull them through. You read the sentences. Let me tell you about the last time I saw my dad. You're going, what? You lost your father? What happened? Did he fall off the boat? Did the shark eat him? Did you lose your father at the mall? What happened to your father? So you have to keep reading to find out what happened to the father. Okay, that's great. Now, I'm going to stop and let you guys ask me any questions you might have about writing. Yes, ma'am. What got me into writing stories with James Patterson? Well, he was my first boss back in 1984. He and I wrote Burger King commercials together. Then he wrote a book about a guy named Alex Cross and made $1 bazillion. And he left advertising for all the right books. I stayed in advertising for a while. And then I actually did an event like this at his son's school in Palm Beach, Florida. I think his son came home and said, that Chris guy, he's pretty fun. So Jim called me up and said, you want to do a book with me? And the first book I did with him was actually Daniel X Armageddon. That was like my audition piece. And now we've written 4 or 5 together, and we're working on 6 right now. So it's kind of fun. Yes, way in the back, my friend Michael. Do I plan to write any more books? Yes, I have another Lemoncello book coming out in the year 2016. And there's another book, actually, maybe I'll show you guys up here if I gotta do this. This is a book that's coming out next March called The Island of Dr. Libris. And not many people have seen this, but I'll go ahead and so this is a little, sometimes we do book trailers.
Robin Hood book? Yep. I met him too. When? Yesterday. Discover the Island of Dr. Libris by Chris Grabenstein. It's where stories come to life.
So that book's coming out in March of next year, and it's all about a boy who goes to this mysterious cabin, one of those crazy guy Dr. Libris, that little thing you saw typed out is actually the first chapter of the book. He gets this strange cabin, and there's no television, there's no Xbox. There's no PlayStation 1, 2, or 3. There's not even a boombox in this house. And on the first day there, he drops his iPhone and it shatters this on an Apple store for like 150 miles. And his mother sees him moping around the house and says, Billy, what do you think pigs did the day before all these electronic gadgets? He says, I don't know, cry them out. And she says, have you read any of those books? And Dr. Libris' study was this huge bookcase. Carved figurines on it and locked glass doors. And if Billy can find a key, he can read any of those books. So he finally finds the key, reads a book, he's reading about this guy, a book about Hercules wrestling this giant named Antaeus, who's made out of rock and mud. And when Hercules throws Antaeus to the ground, the floor in the room where Billy's reading is shaking. Then he hears a voice off in the distance going, put me down, you puny mortal. He runs out to the back of the cabin and sees this giant silhouette off on this island in the middle of the lake. And we come to find out that Dr. Libris is doing something with mental waves that anything you read, the characters will come to life out on the island. So that's going to be a pretty cool book. It'll be out next year. Yes, sir. What inspired the characters in Mr. Lemoncello's library? Well, each one was inspired by something different. Kyle Keeley was kind of based on me because I had two big brothers, and the only time I could ever beat them was when we played board games. Mr. Lemoncello was also kind of based on me because I'm kind of crazy. And Miguel Fernandez is based on a fifth grader that I tutored at my church. And Sierra Russell is based on every school I go to. There's always one kid sitting in the corner quietly reading a book. And it's usually a girl. So that's what, so everyone will like, I keep my eyes open, and my wife once gave me a t-shirt that said, be careful what you say, you might end up in my, yes sir. Who or what inspired me to write? I had some really good teachers along the way who saw that I had a talent for it. And once they recognized the talent, then I went off to try to learn all the skills to go with it. Let's go over here to the Pink Brigade. Yes. Yes, Pink guys. Oh, we're not names like Haley and Charles. Some of them I just make up, like Charles Chilton. I want a real snobby name. Whenever I need a snobby name, I go to the passenger list of the Mayflower. And I look for whoever was on the Mayflower and try to come up with a name that sort of sounds like that guy could have been on the Mayflower. They're real snappy people. And Haley Daly, I just thought that sounded like an all-American like cheerleader. And then some of the names, all the librarians in the book, including Dr. Yanina Zinchenko, are named after librarians who helped me when I was writing the book. And Mr. Lemoncello, I named in honor of my grandparents, because their name was Lemoncello. And then some of the names were kids who entered a contest I ran, and that's why I got Sierra Russell and all the kids who leave early, they were all contest winners. And then some of the names I get at random off my email mailing list. And some people bid at charity auctions, like to raise a lot of money for literacy and for a food pantry by auctioning off, like you can have your name in Mr. Grabenstein's book, raising several $1,000s. So they come from all sorts of different places. Yes, sir. When I was a kid, what book did I like when I was a kid? Well, I grew up in Tennessee, which I know is close to you guys, but it was a terrible school. Where I went to Signal Mountain, Tennessee, was like a really kind of backward school, so we didn't even have a library. So my favorite books when I was in the 5th grade were anything by Mad Magazine. I spent most of my time in the 5th grade reading Mad Magazine and Mad books, and I think it gave me the sense of the power that words can have. Yes? Yes, you. We'll do both of you. You go first. What inspired you to be a book writer? Well, to tell you the truth, what inspired me to be a writer overall was the fact that I was pretty bad at everything else. Because when I was in 5th grade, we used to play kickball. Do you guys play kickball? My father wanted me to be a jock. He wanted me to be a football player or a baseball player. And when we played kickball, I could strike out. You know how hard it is to strike out playing kickball? You have to miss a ball and roll it 3 times in a row. So I was terrible at that, but at the same time, I realized I had this talent maybe for writing. And teachers encouraged me. By the time I was in 7th grade, girls were laughing whenever I read something, and that became very important to me in 7th grade. And so I discovered I had this talent and kept working on it and working on it. And what inspired me was, I think everybody, all you guys might like writing for your age, because you're at the age where you're about to discover that you're really good at something. And it's not going to be the same thing that everybody else is good at. It may not be what your parents want you to be good at. Some of you might be great at music, some might be great at art, some might be great at football and even kickball. But once you find out what you're good at, then it's up to you to develop all the skills that go with that talent you've been given. Oh, yes, in the back. Okay, what's the stand up right here?
Like, if somebody wanted to find your email, how would you find that?
Oh, if you want to send me an email, it's easy to go to my website. I'll tell you how, or I'll tell you how, which is author@chrisgrabenstein.com. And you've got a book. It's on every one of my bookmarks, my little email. So yes, we try to answer every email we get. We're getting like 40 a day now, so it's getting harder. Yes? The last book I wrote, I just finished. Let's see, Treasure Hunters 3 for James Patterson, and The Robots 2 for James Patterson. So those will be coming out sometime next year. Yes? If I made any movies, I wrote one movie called Christmas Gift, starring John Denver, and that's about the only movie that I've had made. I've written some scripts and stuff, but yes, now your turn. All right. The Haunted Mystery series, I think that one's over, because we did 4 and we sort of resolved that conflict. He sort of figured out that he had this gift and I'm going to live with it, and life's going to be okay. And that's kind of when you end the series, is when the characters resolve conflict inside themselves. Like they finally get that thing we were talking about, what they wanted more than anything in the world. And Zach got some really good friends, and he learned he wasn't as terrible a person as his original mother told him he was. Have you read those books? No, they're very fun. Yeah, it's a good story. I like those a lot. Yes, sir.
How long does it take you to publish a book?
Okay. How long does it take to publish a book? Well, what do you mean? The physical process, or when you write a book, trying to get it published? Start to finish. It depends. I write 2,000 new words every day, and I typically write my first draft in 3 months, and then I spend a month rewriting it. Then I have some people read it, and I spend another month rewriting it. Then I give it to my editor, and the editor and I will go back and forth over probably a period of 6 months. It'll be like 3, she'll send me like really long letters and detailed notes. So that'll be another 6 months. And once she finally is happy with the book, it takes a year from then before it comes out. So the whole process is like 2 years. Let's see, yes? What was my favorite book that I've written so far? Let's see. I think this Island of Dr. Libris might be my absolute favorite, because the kid in that reminds me most of myself. So I did have these like bullies who picked on me and stuff, and I was like a smart aleck. And I just say something like, oh, am I going to get in trouble for saying that? But I get rid of the bully with it. So that kid's a lot like me. Plus, it's all about a boy who discovers the power and magic of using your imagination to make the world turn out the way you want it to, better known as being a writer. So I think that's my favorite book so far. Let's see, I'm over here in the pink squad. Yes? Yes, you.
Okay. It's maybe random, but can that dog cut a hot knife with butter?
Can that dog cut a hot knife with butter? That's not which one. That's Fred can cut a hot knife with butter. Can anyone cut a hot knife with butter? Butter wouldn't melt. So I think your physics of your question are a little suspect there, buddy. I think you need to go back and look at your melting stuff, all right? Okay, good. Yes, sir.
She wants
You know where you can buy your game boards.
Where I can buy my what?
Game boards.
Oh, the games, yeah. You know, I was thinking about doing the games, but I couldn't do it myself and do them well. So my big hope is that when Nickelodeon, if they do this movie next year, that they'll make a bunch of games. And I saw some good Squirrel. Who did Squirrel Squads here? Anybody here? It was brilliant. So my plan is to show your Squirrel Squads to Milton Bradley or whoever ends up doing the Lemoncello games. Because somebody should do them. They're fun. Especially now that I played Squirrel Squad 6 at lunchtime. Squirrel Squad 2. All right, let's see what I can my time here. Oh, I think I'm past time, but I'll take one last question. Yes. Do I have any pets? We live in New York City in a 2-bedroom apartment that has 800 square feet. So it's about the size of where you guys are sitting right now. And we have a big 65-pound dog and 3 cats. And we have a lot of fun. Well, thank you guys so much. It's been terrific to be here with you today. And thank you for the barbecue.
Do you have any parting words, Ashton, that you want to tell the Rowan County students?
You gotta sit up on the staff, and if you have a question you want time, if you will just get in line.
I wanted to ask you, thank you for being the camera person. All right, you heard the lady. We are finished. That was our last talk with Chris Grabenstein, author of Escape from Mr. Lemoncello's Library and many other wonderful novels. I'm here with Ashton, and I just wanted to thank her for being part of our broadcast television broadcast web camera crew. Ashton, what was the experience like? It was good. Would you do it again? You'd want it. So here's an up and coming videographer for any of you who think you might need a camera person. Ashton's really great with the camera. Y'all have a great rest of your afternoon. Have a happy Halloween and a great weekend. This is Rebecca Ungerer from One District, One Book, signing out.